Okay. Mm. Hi everyone, welcome. Ah, even though there's no one here yet, let's just begin. Because that's just what happens. Okay. Oh my god, my hair is like a mess today. Okay. Hi everyone, welcome. I hope you're all doing okay. Today is Peru's independence. From what? You might ask. Allegedly from the Spaniards, right? But honestly, not really. So I was watching a couple of videos about like the real history of Peru's independence, and it made me realize two things. It made me realize one, that I hated history. I realized that I hated history even more than I had realized in high school. Well, actually, throughout all school, elementary and high school, and that I wasn't taught, or at least I don't remember a lot of the specifics, which makes me feel sad. I don't know, not sad, but I'm mad. I'm just mad, you know? But yeah. But before we begin talking about that, I opened my browser and saw this, and I started laughing because I think I think conservatives don't know English, and it is just funny to me. So this headline reads: Kim Jong Un warns U.S. and South Korea his nuclear war deterrent is ready. And I'm like, do they know what that means? Because deterrent quite literally means a thing that discourages or is intended to discourage someone from doing something. So Kim Jong Un has something that discourages nuclear war, and it's ready. And they want to paint it as something bad when clearly is a thing that discourages something. In this case, this is just trying to discourage nuclear war, you know? And unless conservatives have gone so unhinged to the point that they think that we need nuclear war. I don't know why this would be a bad thing. But yeah, I want to read this before we began with the. Oh, it's pretty short. Yeah, it is only this. Oh my god. Okay, so North Korean leader Kim Jong Un warned the U.S. and hi, hi Sam, welcome. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. North Korean leader Kim Jong Un warned the United States and South Korea that his country would be willing to use its nuclear arsenal against them. They say this, but also the title says another thing. Also, hi again, welcome. Kim's threat. Hi Harley, welcome. Thank you. Though we're going to get into that later, but yeah, thank you. Kim's threat, which they haven't given what he said. There's no source, you know. Kim's threat, which he issued during the speech on Thursday honoring Korean War veterans on the 69th nice, anniversary of the end of the fighting. End of the fighting, yet the war still continues technically. Comes as the US and South Korean intelligence agencies have warned that North Korea appears on the verge of conducting its first nuclear test since 2017. Our armed forces are completely prepared to respond to any crisis. Okay, already. Our armed forces are completely prepared to respond to any crisis. Like, he's clearly talking from a defensive perspective. And our country's nuclear war deterrent is also ready to mobilize its absolute power dutifully, exactly, and swiftly in accordance with its mission. Which, again, the only mission of a nuclear war deterrent is to deter, able or intended to deter nuclear war, And I'm like, how is this bad? How is this bad? You know? Kim said in one stage speech, according to the state run Korean Central News Agency. He accused the US of having double standards and gangster like actions over its joint military drills with South Korea. And was he wrong? Is he wrong? No. So, I know, right? Swiftly, literally. The South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol, who took office this May. Interesting. Let's not talk about how he took office or in what context of a very messy political climate, has taken a harsher rhetoric towards North Korea than the previous president and expressed plans to bolster South Korea's defense capabilities. Meanwhile, again, meanwhile, the TPRK is talking about we're prepared to respond to any crisis. We we are ready to use our country's nuclear war deterrent. you know, Talking about military action against our nation, which possesses absolute weapons that they fear the most, is presumptions and is very dangerous suicidal action, Kim said of South Korea. Yes. Why? Like, this is the thing. Like, why would the DPRK want to attack its own nation? Why would Korea want to attack Korea? Do you know what I mean? Such a dangerous attempt will be immediately punished by our powerful strengths, and the Yoon Suk Yeol government and his military will be annihilated. Oh my god. Based. In early June, the US and South Korea fired 8 ballistic missiles into the sea in a show of force a day after North Koreans launched the same number of short range missiles. But where did the North Koreans launch the same numbers? Hmm? Hmm? Just that. But yeah, thought it was so the subtitle and thought it was funny, but yeah. Some missiles into the sea. Yeah, literally. uh so yeah. I had never heard of the Washington Examiner, and then I clicked it. Oh my god, why is Biden like no one should have to see deeply normal. And then I read the read this. Oh my god. Yeah, let me show you. So I'm gonna have I don't know if you can see it, but it says political news and conservative analysis of Congress, and I died. Why would anyone want a conservative analysis of Congress? But yeah. Okay. That's it for our tanky tanky talk for today. Because we're going to be talking today about Latin American revolutions, and then going to um, the Peruvian Revolution, the Peruvian independence, and I was watching some videos about the independence movements throughout Latin America, and I just realized how first of all, no one in Peru, literally no one in Peru asked to be independent. And it's funny because like even though there were obviously like um hierarchies, unjust hierarchies. There were like power dynamics going on, right? That were horrible for indigenous people and other peoples, right? Uh, a good portion of the populace was really adapted to that, and so there was a I wouldn't say the majority, but there was a good portion that was already accustomed and a culture to that types of dynamics, because instead of like the Spaniards, instead of trying to kill all the natives, they basically were um, trying to colonize them, literally, right? And how do I explain this? And the reasons why so many natives died, and like the natives that they killed were the ones that were trying to defend the land. So just the military power, which not were not that many. But the other 90% of the people who died because of the illnesses that Europeans brought to Abya Yala. So yeah. But okay. So in around the 19th, early 19th century, late 18th century, there were indigenous revolutionary independence movements trying to build up, but they were weak. I don't want to say that they were weak, but they definitely didn't have enough strength to get all the Spaniards out. And so even if there was an overall desire for to get the Spaniards out or to get rid of the colonial power, Peru just wasn't ready. One. And two, the powers that ended up bringing about the independence of Peru were one, foreign, and two, literally no one in Peru asked them to do that. Like they quite literally forced themselves into um, independ independentizing, into liberating Peru. So yeah, and I do want to make clear that this is a very Peru specific case. I'm not, and it is interesting because I am just completely unaware of how that whole process happened in Venezuela, but I know some of what happened in Colombia and Ecuador just because they are neighbors, right? But I cannot talk about Colombia and Ecuador without talking about Venezuela. But because I don't know about Venezuela, I cannot really talk about Colombia and Ecuador because like half of the information is missing. So I can't really talk about them. All I'm going to say is that the revolutions weren't. None of the revolutions in Latin America were really indigenous led, you know? But yeah. Meanwhile, in Argentina and Chile, they're like it is interesting because Argentina and Chile became basically settler colonies, and so the people who did the revolutions there were bourgeois people, were rich people with influence and stuff, and so it was a very convenient um, there were very convenient events for them. And for example, the people who liberated, or the person who liberated Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador was also very rich. And so it makes you think about, yeah, yeah, but yeah. Okay. But that's like some of the basics and general knowledge that I wanted to share with you all before we began. So yeah, I want to watch this crash course on Latin American revolutions, and yeah, because I like y'all know how I do the streams where I actually research. We go from the macro to the micro, so first we're going to start with the most general, the probably most liberal shit, and then we go into like the more specifics. And this is the guy. I don't know why this video is claiming that Peruvians hate Simon Bolivar, because from what I understand, I haven't met anyone who hates him. And living in Peru for like my entire life, I have never heard like anything particularly bad being said about him. So yeah, like the most that I've heard is like the worst thing that I've heard is that he was like against the guy who gave us our independence, which, by the way, that guy was Argentinian. And again, we didn't ask him to do that. One. And two, like, no, and yeah, that's it. Like, that's the worst thing. But even then, he was still allies with the other guy. And even worse, this guy is the one who gave us the current like political structure that we have, and the other guy wanted a monarchy, even though he had his reasons for. And honestly, I kind of agree, but I'm not sure. But yeah, okay. Give me a second to turn on the light, and I'll be back. Okay.
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today things are going to get a little bit confusing because we're going to talk about revolution and independence in Latin America. It's a bit confusing because 1, Latin America is big. 2, it's very diverse. 3, Napoleon makes everything complicated. And 4, as we've seen in the past, sometimes revolutions turn out not to be that revolutionary.
Also, fun fact, there was a point in history where Napoleon almost became the king slash monarch slash king anyway, because that's the title of the monarchs that are masked. You know, I don't know Napoleon's gender. And there's like a lot of resources about it, but yeah, but he died before he could. So yeah, and we didn't end up becoming a monarchy anyway. So yeah, but yeah, fun fact.
Witness, for instance, the New England Revolution. Revolutions turn out not to be that revolutionary. Witness, for instance, the New England Revolution, who instead of like trying to form new and better governments are always just kicking balls around like all the other soccer teams.
Haha, funny. I don't watch football.
Right, so before independence, Latin American society was characterized by 3 institutions that exercised control over the population. The first was the Spanish crown, or if you were Brazilian, the Portuguese crown. So as far as Spain was concerned, the job of the colonies was to produce revenue in the form of a 20% tax on everything that was called the royal fifth. So government administration was pervasive and relatively efficient because it had to be in order to collect its royal fifth. Then there was the Catholic Church. Even more than royal officials, the church exercised influence over people's everyday lives. I mean, the church even controlled time. The church bells told out the hours, and they mandated a 7-day work week so that people could go to church on Sunday. And finally, there was
Literally.
patriarchy. In Latin America, like much of the world, husbands had complete control over their wives, and any extra or premarital scootily pooping was severely punished. I mean, when it was the women doing the illicit scootily pooping, men could basically get up to whatever. This was mainly about
I am trying to think how I feel about him putting the patriarchy as this entity that held power when I don't know how to feel about it. Because, like, arguably, you would also have to count, like, white supremacy and I don't know how pervasive was this heteronormativity also, you know? But I don't know if I would put them in the same group as the church and the crown, when they are more like tangible spheres of power, you know? Like, not to even mention that why was there a patriarchy? It was because the Catholic Church had manufactured it in order to benefit the politics of and the economics of the European countries. So, yeah, like, you know, like, I would argue against it, but I'm not sure if that should be in the same category. I don't know.
About property rights because illegitimate children could inherit their father's property, but it was constructed to be about, purity. To get a sense of how patriarchy shaped Latin American lives, take a gander at Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz, whose name I'm actually abbreviating. A child prodigy who spoke 5 languages by the age of 16, de la Cruz wanted to disguise herself as a boy so she could attend university, but she was forbidden to do so. Still, she wrote plays and poetry. She studied.
I mean, this is actually a very common occurrence of like a lot of this is a very common occurrence throughout history in general. Like there are a lot of women who had to hide themselves and dress as men in order to do stuff. But yeah.
Studied math and natural science, and for being one of the leading minds of the 17th century, she was widely attacked and eventually forced to abandon her work and sell all 4,000 of her books. That's a shame because she had a great mind, once writing that Aristotle would have written more if he'd done any cooking. A couple other things. First, Latin America led the world in transculturation, or cultural blending. A new and distinct Latin American
France.
culture emerged, mixing 1, whites from Spain called peninsulares, 2, whites born in the Americas called Creoles, 3, Native Americans, and 4, African slaves. This blending of culture is maybe most obvious when looking at Native American and African influences on Christianity. The Virgin of Guadalupe, for instance, was still called Tenochtitlan, the indigenous earth goddess, by Indians, and the profusion of blood in Mexican iconography recalls the Aztec use of blood in ritual. But transculturation pervaded Latin American life, from food to secular music to fashion. Somewhat related, Latin America had a great deal of racial diversity and a rigid social hierarchy to match. There were 4 basic racial categories: white.
And again, this is why I talk about how complicated is indigeneity here. And it's because of that transculturation. Like, yeah. Yeah. Because it gets to be like deeper than just your skin or your physical features. Like culture has been so mixed that it has transcended a lot of those superficial factors, right? But it gets to a point where like I don't know, was that okay? Like, is it okay? Is it problematic? But even then, if it's problematic, that's like the reality of it, you know? Like, we can't do anything about it because it has already happened. So all we have left is try to analyze the reality and see what we're working with in order to create new ways to understand it and you know yeah.
Americans and 4 African slaves. This blending of cultures may be most obvious when looking at Native American and African influences on Christianity. The Virgin of Guadalupe, for instance, was still called Tanatzin, the indigenous earth god.
And it's interesting because, for example, La Virgen de Guadalupe is a very Mexican icon. Oh my god, iconic, literally. But there are, but she's also iconic. Like here in Peru, and I know for a fact that she's also an icon in Argentina, and she's still very much like she's literally Christianity. She's literally like like technically a symbol of white supremacy, if not like European colonialism here in Latin America, given that religion was a way to literally uh, acculturate native people to the European ways. But at the same time, like even like indigenous people adapted her as into their own culture, and so like what do you do about that, you know? So yeah.
Goddess by Indians, and the profusion of blood in Mexican iconography recalls the Aztec use of blood in ritual. But transculturation pervaded Latin American life.
Hi, Fulcors Yellow, welcome. How the fuck you know all that? I just don't know anything about Latin America outside my own country. I mean, literally just consuming media. And that's what it's tricky. Like I know like little different stuff, right? But I don't know everything. like like I know for a fact that Guadalupe is an icon in Mexico and in Peru. And I know she's an icon in some parts of Argentina, but I literally have no idea if she's iconic in the same way in Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, Venezuela, or Colombia. So so there's I know some stuff, but in the grand scheme of things, I literally don't know anything. But yeah. Also, when in school, um, in school, when I in like language class, they would teach us about in language class and history class. It is funny because they would mix a lot when we were studying Latin America in history. Like they would teach us about oh my god, hi Karen, welcome. Um, they would teach us about okay, in language class they would teach us about like the different dialects of Spanish, the different types of Spanish that are spoken across Latin America. And then, like, the next semester, we were studying Latin American history and like the colonies, the different colonies of Spain here. And so that previous knowledge from language would translate into the history, and so we would understand the history part better because we had a knowledge beforehand of the language, and so those things happen. And then I also like consuming like movies and shows and all that stuff from different parts of of Latin, well, of the world, but also Latin America, right? And so there, I have watched like a couple of Argentinian movies where there are references to La Virgen de Guadalupe, so that's why I am aware that the Virgen de Guadalupe is an icon in Argentina also. But for example, I haven't seen any Chilean movies where La Virgen de Guadalupe is an icon. So I wouldn't know if she's an icon in Chile, but she might be, but I don't know. But yeah, you know, so yeah, it is very circumstantial. Like my knowledge is very circumstantial, right? Like I haven't like properly studied that, but it's also because I had the privilege to go to a private school and they gave me a lot of information that if I liked, I kept. But for example, there's a lot of history information that I hated history in school, okay? I hated history in school. And so there's a lot of history information that I just like like barely remember, barely know, right? And so when that it's about that, I need to refresh my memory or just straight up research from zero again. But yeah, uh, and I regret it now. And yeah, I literally regret it. But at the same time, I want to be like kind to myself and understand that the reason why I hated history is because teachers were bad. teachers like teachers don't know how to teach history, like because they want you to focus on years and dates and people, but they focus so much on those like specifics that the the overall like context becomes blurry and you don't understand the overall context, and because you don't understand the context it is impossible for you to understand the specific dates and stuff. And so at least for me, and so that's why history in school was so blurry and I didn't understand anything. But yeah, okay. I think there is more unity amongst Latin American countries than there is here with anything outside our border. My dad has a few Spanish channels that he is always watching, and they are often covering different Latin American countries, not just Guatemala, which is what he focuses on. Interesting. Maybe Ukraine right now, but it's all for whatever suits the current. I mean, yeah, literally. Interesting. I mean, at least here in Latin America, if you watch the news, you will, like, from what I know of, because again in media you will see like the news of other countries. And so like typically like news are very like country specific, right? Unless there is like a huge deal going on in other countries politics, you don't necessarily hear about that. But yeah, but it's interesting because like you become aware of other countries context through media, like through their like novelas or shows or films, right? But also like the thing that they currently transmit the most of other countries is just novelas, and even then the shows that they transmit, they have to be like literally the most popular of each country in order to transmit them in other countries, and even then it's very rare. But regardless, because how novelas are produced, you can become aware of of the politics of other countries through them. But in the case of movies, I have to look, like I personally look for movies myself, so I have to go out of my typical, whatever, and I have to look for them specifically, right? But yeah, yeah. Also, social media. You know, like I have access to a lot of like social media of other Latin American countries because of Spanish, right? Like literally, we all speak Spanish, and so sometimes I will have things trending from Argentina or like other Latin American countries, and I will like be aware of what's going on and stuff, you know. But yeah, um, so yeah, okay. Uh, and years and dates are quite useless if you don't know what happened. Literally, especially with the constraints of time periods, you face to focus on the events leading up years, decades prior. Literally, oh my god, yes, yes. This is why I love, like, the only thing that I remember learning, and to this day I remember that was taught to me in history class in elementary school was like Pangea, the the movement of the planet and the things dividing and the Australopithecus and Homo erectus and Homo habilis. And I remember all of that literally because I was first explained the the bigger events and the context, and then we began studying like each like event or period of time like deeper, right? But if it wasn't because I understood already the processes, right, I wouldn't have understood like each thing. And yeah, and also I got a 20 in an exam, so about that, so that really motivated me to keep paying attention. But yeah, 20 out of 20. But yeah, especially the consistent, yeah. Social studies was my least favorite subject as a kid, but now it's my favorite. Literally same, literally same. I should take all my history classes again with my left perspective and see through the all the propaganda. Yes, yes, same. Just recently realized that one of my teachers was low-key, high-key, Euro supremacist. Oh my god. It needs to be Betty La Fea levels of popularity. Literally full course yellow. And not to even mention that there is already a Mexican supremacy. There is favoritism for Mexican media because of La Rosa de Guadalupe. So it is kind of guaranteed. And not to even mention that already, like, the novela format has been adapted throughout Latin America, like using the Mexican telenovela as the framework. So there's also that precedent, right? But but for example, I feel like Brazil has managed to exploit that format, but I feel like lately it hasn't been like Brazilian media hasn't been exported that much to other Latin American countries because of the fascism, right? And because the arts are kind of suffering, and even filmmakers are like literally trying to get help from Europe to produce films. But yeah, that's a whole nother story. Okay, whatever. What do you think of Juan Velasco Alvarado? I wish I had an opinion. Oh, I don't I know who he is. I think he was the based one, right? Was he the leftist one who wasn't he the leftist one who was like eh, fuck you US, hey China, want to be friends? And yeah, and he also tried to do the agrarian revolution but failed, but tried but failed. Was he the one? I think. Yes, he was because it was from 68 to 75. Yeah, yeah, I like him. I think. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I like him. Yeah. Also, welcome. And thank you for the follow. Understanding who is retelling this event, especially with color revolutions that are portrayed as other things. True. I'm yet to understand why La Rosa de Guadalupe is so popular. The production quality all around is just so bad. Pepe, what is the color revolution? Okay, La Rosa de Guadalupe is so good because it's so ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, it is so fucking ridiculous. It is a level of ridiculous that is just iconic. One. And two, it's conservative as fuck in the most religious way possible that old people unironically love it for how conservative it is. And given that all Latin America is very conservative in a religious way, that's just iconic for them because of how true to their Christian beliefs, right? But it's iconic to the younger generations because of how camp and funny it is. And it's like Full Course Yellow. I don't know if you have watched El Demente, but like, girl, like this guy reacting to La Rosa de Guadalupe. 12 million views, 12 million views, 11 million views, 10 million views. Oh my god. And they're, oh my god, the subjects that they talk about are so fucking ridiculous. Like, literally, a mom that accidentally killed their child. Hello? Hello? But plot twist, the child never died because she prayed to the Virgin. So he revived mysteriously, even though he never died in the first place. But yeah. But yeah, if y'all understand Spanish, I recommend El Demente. He's Argentinian, by the way. He's Argentinian. He's an Argentinian YouTuber watching a Mexican telenovela being an icon all across Latin America. That's all I can say. He's so iconic that I literally never watch Spanish speaking YouTubers except him. But he stopped posting. So that's okay. That's okay. But like he's so iconic that I literally started rewatching Spanish speaking YouTubers, and by YouTubers I mean only him, just because his content was so fucking good. But yeah, okay. What do you think about edgy Americans and Europeans and ironically liking Gonzalo? That they're fucking clowns. This is what I think. This is what I think. This is what I think about edgy white people and ironically liking Gonzalo. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, why? Why? So yeah. Yeah.
From food to sex.
Oh. It's a long story, but Bad Empanada has a good bit about Gonzalo. And yeah, yeah. Okay,
secular music,
that's all I'm going to say.
to fashion. Somewhat related, Latin America had a great deal of racial diversity and a rigid social hierarchy to match. There were 4 basic racial categories: white, black, mestizo, a mix of white and American Indian, and mulatto, a mix of white and black. We try not to use that word anymore because it's offensive, but that's the word they used. And from the 16th century on, Latin America had a huge diversity.
I find it very interesting how whatever.
Of mixed-race people, and there were constant attempts to classify them and divide them into castes. You can see some of these in so-called casta paintings, which attempted to establish in a very weird and enlightenment-y way all the possible racial combinations. But of course, that's not how race works, as evidenced by the fact that successful people of lower racial castes could become legally white by being granted gracias al sacar. So by 1800, on the eve of Latin America's independence movements, roughly a quarter of people were mixed race. All right, now let's have us some revolutions. How should we organize this, Stan? Let's begin with Latin America's most successful country as defined by quality of soccer team. So Brazil, he said as thousands of Argentines booed him, is obviously different because it was ruled not by Spain, but by Portugal. But like a lot of revolutions in Latin
I mean, I'm really trying to think which country is better at football, but honestly, mm, also, I literally don't like football. So I shouldn't be speaking right now.
Latin America, it was fairly conservative. The Creoles wanted to maintain their privilege while also achieving independence from the Peninsulares. And also, like a lot of Latin American revolutions, it featured Napoleon. Freaking Napoleon, you're everywhere. He's behind me, isn't he? Yeah! So when Napoleon took over Portugal in 1807, the entire Portuguese royal family and their royal court decamped to Brazil. And it turned out they loved Brazil. King João loved Brazil so much. Off topic, but do you think that JWoww named her?
Also, this wasn't the map. This isn't how it was divided. Like in 1800s, in 1800, this wasn't the map at all. At all. Like Bolivia still had like access to the sea. Peru had like weird shapes here. I think Argentina was bigger over here. But yeah, I know for a fact that Peru was definitely like bigger here. Here, Bolivia had this. Peru had over here and over here. But yeah.
They loved Brazil. King João loved Brazil so much. Off topic, but do you think that JWoww named herself after King João? I mean, does she have that kind of historical sensibility? I think she does. So King João's life in Rio was so good that even after
I feel kind of offended. I feel kind of offended, and I literally have no reason why, because I'm not Brazilian. So yeah.
Napoleon was defeated at the Battle of Waterloo, he just kind of stayed in Brazil. And then by 1820, the Portuguese and
what?
He had a great mind, once writing that Aristotle would have written more if he'd ruled or African, but that's so being granted gracias a quarter of people were mixed race. Like a lot of revolutions in Latin, in Napoleon, freaking Portugal in 1807, the entire Portuguese royal family and their royal court decamped to Brazil. And it turned out they loved Brazil. King João loved Brazil so much. Off topic, but do you think that JWoww named? So King João's life in Rio was so good that even after Napoleon was defeated at the Battle of Waterloo, he just kind of stayed in Brazil. And then by 1820, the Portuguese in Portugal were like, hey, maybe you should come back and, like, you know, Govern us, King of Portugal. So in 1821, he reluctantly returned to Lisbon, leaving his son, Prince Pedro, behind. Meanwhile, Brazilian Creoles were organizing themselves around the idea that they were culturally different from Portugal, and they eventually formed a Brazilian party. Stan, not that kind of party. Come on. Yes, that kind. A Brazilian party to lobby for independence. Then in 1822, they convinced Prince Pedro of boring old Portugal that he should just become King Pedro of sexy big Brazil. So Pedro declared Brazil an independent constitutional monarchy with himself as king. As a result, Brazil achieved independence without much bloodshed and managed to hold on to that social hierarchy.
Spoiler alert! A lot of independence movements literally happened that way in Latin America. It was like pseudo independence. It's like we're independent from Brazil, from Portugal and Spain, sure, but it's still basically the same thing.
With the plantation owners on top. And that explains why Brazil was the last New World country to abolish slavery, not fully abandoning it until 1888. Right, so even when Napoleon wasn't.
Yeah. You are one to talk. Remember when slavery was abolished in the US? Ha 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 ha.
Wasn't forcing Portuguese royals into an awesome exile, he was still messing with Latin America. Let's go to the thought bubble. So Latin America's independence movements began not with Brazil, but in Mexico, when Napoleon put his brother on the Spanish throne in 1808. Napoleon wanted to institute the liberal principles of the French Revolution, which angered the ruling elite of the Peninsulares in what was then called New Spain. They were aristocrats, and they just wanted to go back to some good old-fashioned divine right monarchy with a strong church. So the Mexican Creoles, seeking to expand their own power at the expense of the Peninsular elite, saw an opportunity here. They affirmed their loyalty to the new king, who was French even though he was the king of Spain. I told you this was complicated. Then a massive peasant uprising began, led by a renegade priest, Padre Hidalgo, and supported by the Creoles because it was aimed at the Peninsulares, even though they weren't actually the ones who supported Spain. This was further complicated by the fact that to the mestizo peasants led by Hidalgo, Creoles and Peninsulares looked and acted basically identical.
Okay, so I'm going to translate everything he's saying because I feel like this is very complicated. But basically what happened was Spain was like a monarchy and stuff, and they had conquered Latin American stuff, and Mexico was like under the Spanish rule, right? And then Napoleon came to Spain. Take care, full course yellow. Take it. I gotta eat my tendons. Oh my god. So Napoleon came to Spain and was like, "Fuck you, king," and he put as the ruler his brother, Pepe Botellas, and as his name says, Pepe Bottles. He liked to drink a lot. A lot. And so the people in Mexico, by people I mean who would later become the bourgeoisie, not the working class, were like, "Hey, we don't like this French king. We want the Spanish king." And so this guy,
this was complicated. Supported by the massive peasant up.
This guy was like, "Yeah, we don't like this new king that drinks too much. Let's get out of this. Let's get rid of this power." And so there was an uprising and stuff, and everyone was like, "Yeah." And yeah.
1813, he declared independence, and the revolt lasted until his death in 18. second peasant revolt, led by another priest, Father Morelos, was much more revolutionary. In 1813, he declared independence, and the revolt lasted until his death in 1815. But since he was a mestizo, he didn't gain much Creole support, so revolutionary fervor in Mexico began to fade. Until 1820, when Spain, which was now under the rule of a Spanish rather than a French king, had a real liberal revolution with a new constitution that limited the power of the church. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So in the
If only North Americans had plucked the spirit of South American revolutionaries. That's the thing. There weren't. there weren't any Latin American revolutionaries. all the revolutionary movements, all the I guess revolution, yes, independent movements in Latin America were very circumstantial in how the independence was gained in most of the countries. But yeah. Well, it wasn't for not one for one of trying. No, it wasn't for one of trying. I mean, yeah.
wake of Spain's liberalizing movements, the Mexican elites who had previously supported Spain switched sides and made common cause with the Creoles in the hopes that they could somehow hold on to their privileges. And pushing for independence together, things went very well. The Creole general Iturbide and the
¿Qué estás hablando de mi país? I mean, I'm talking about your history. So yeah.
mestizo commander Guerrero joined forces and won independence, with most of the peninsulares returning to Spain. Iturbide, the whiter of the two generals, became king of Mexico in 1822. Remember, this was a revolution essentially against representative.
I mean, yes, if you are talking about your independence, about your revolution on 1917. But your revolution in between 1810 and 1820 was more progressive, as in you got rid of the power of Spain, but not because you really wanted to. It was just very convenient, and then it was an exchange of power and sides, and we're now we're free. No, we're not free. Yeah, we're free. No, we're free. And yeah, you didn't want to be free from the start. You just didn't like the French one. And then by the time the French king, and so by the time the Spanish king returned, that power dynamics in Mexico, they had changed. And so, because people that used to have power didn't have power, they wanted the power back, and the labels were changing, and yada yada. And it got to the point where they actually got rid of the Spanish crown rule. But yeah. En el Perú tenemos antepasados que lucharon por España en la independencia. La independencia fue una gran guerra civil. Muchas personas en el Perú tenemos antepasados que lucharon. Estoy hablando de México. 1. Y 2. Sí. Y 2. Así no se independizó Perú. Hubieron guerras, sí, pero no eran guerras necesariamente por la independencia. But yeah.
Government, but that didn't work out, and within a year he was overthrown by the military and a republic was declared. Popular sovereignty was sort of victorious, but without much benefit to the peasants who actually made independence possible. This alliance between conservative land-owning elites and the army, especially in the face of calls for land reform or economic justice, would happen over and over again in Latin America for the next century and a half. But before we come to any conclusions, let's discuss one last revolution. So Venezuela had a cadre of well-trained Creole revolutionaries who by 1811 had formed a revolutionary junta that seized power in Caracas and formed a republic. But the interior of Venezuela was home to mixed-race cowboys called llaneros who supported the king. They kept the Caracas revolutionaries from extending their power inland, and that is where Simón Bolívar, El Libertador, enters the picture. Bolívar realized that the only...
By the way, he was a very rich dude. he was like he was like very rich. He's like big bourgeois.
only way to overcome the various class divisions, like the one between the Caracas Creoles and the Llaneros, was to appeal to a common sense of South Americanness. I mean, after all, the one thing that almost all South Americans had in common, they were born in South America, not Spain. So then, partly through shows of toughness that included like crossing flooded plains and going without sleep, Bolivar convinced the Llaneros to give up fighting for Spain and start fighting against them. He quickly captured the vice-regal capital at Bogota, and by 1822 his forces had taken Caracas.
Was a great revolutionary, yes, but that's part of the history of the Mexican Revolution of 1917, a century after the revolutions we're talking about. Yeah, because see, after Mexico had independence, I'm not an expert. I know, but I have to explain it. Then people are going to get even more confused. So, in 18, let me think. In 1870, in 1860 something, a guy came into power called Porfirio. Was he Porfirio Diaz? No, Porfirio Diaz was a... Yes, I think, yeah. Porfirio Diaz came to power and he kept changing the constitution to for him to maintain power. He would literally change the constitution into now the president can stay more years. And then he would change it and be like, the president can stay even more years. And kept changing it and kept having elections that were rigged because he would literally kill people. And so by 1910, yeah, by 1910, 1907, something along those lines, people were like over it. Like they had already started to become over him by like 01, 02, and that's when the revolutionary movement started like organizing and stuff. Arguably, like before, because thanks to Porfirio, there was because one, Trump's kind of dumb, and two, literally every president, like, yeah, whatever. 'Cause I don't know. I don't know. Because literally, what's the difference between Trump and Biden? I say it. Okay, whatever. And so by the early 20th century, there was like a lot of organizing stuff against him, and there was a war. And so I think he was killed in 19. Yeah, no, he was taken out of power on 1911, and he escaped to Europe. And from 1911 to 1917, a lot of people tried to get into power, and like there was like a constant war and different wars, and like trying to see which faction would get into power. And in this period of time, if we're is where like the Zapatistas were like, hey, Mexico is like very um very politically unstable. We should do whatever we want. And now you have the Zapatistas, and yeah, and so by 1917, someone came to power, but he was still mad at the other factions that were fighting and stuff, and there was still like social, not social unrest, but it was still a very unstable country. And by 1940, the last of the opposition people and stuff died, and that's all I remember. Okay, I don't really know. I mean, here it says Liberal Party, but I don't know. Hmm. I just to like I know that he was, how do I explain it? He just wanted power and money, so I would argue that he was a conservative. But I guess technically he was a liberal by then standards. So yeah, Also the word liberalism has changed throughout history. All I'm going to say is that he wasn't fighting for people's rights, if you know what I mean. Okay. Well, he would claim that after a militant revolution, he was a militant leader, like it was a military government. So yeah, so yeah. Well, he would claim that after militant. I mean, he didn't really have time to claim anything because like he was almost killed in. He was literally kicked out of power in 1911, and by 1915 he was already dead. I'm pretty sure there were people who followed him to Europe, and so he was in constant like trying to hide from people, and then they killed him in Europe. But I might be completely wrong, so don't quote me on that. But even then, it was literally 4 years, and it's not like Europe really cared about Latin America by the early 20th century. So, yeah. Yeah.
And Quito. Hold on. Lest I be attacked by Spain and start fighting against them. He quickly captured the vice.
I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he was like trying to escape, but I'm not sure. I feel like probably Spain, because what are you clipping? Oh my god. I feel like probably France, because he just wanted Spain, because he probably didn't know any other language other than Spanish. Um and so France was just next to Spain, you know. But yeah, but other than that, I don't know. I got the receipts of what? Of the fact that I don't know history.
Regal capital at Bogota, and by 1822, his forces had taken Caracas and Quito. Hold on. Lest I be attacked by Argentines who are already upset about what I said about their really good soccer team, I want to make one thing clear. Argentina's General José de San Martin was also vital to the defeat of the Spanish. He led expeditions against the Spanish in Chile and also a really important one in Lima. And then in December,
Mm, I mean, he didn't. I mean, did he have a really important one in Lima though? Did he though? I don't. I wouldn't say that. But sure, go off, King. Go off. Also, I don't understand what he's saying.
they were born in South America, not Spain. So then, partly through shows of toughness that included like crossing flooded plains and going without sleep, Bolivar convinced the Llaneros to give up fighting for Spain and start fighting against them. He quickly captured the vice-regal capital at Bogota, and by 1822, his forces had taken Caracas and Quito. Hold on, lest I be attacked by Argentine.
Okay. I'm really confused. On what's the purpose of what he's saying? Because, like, there is so much context missing. There's, like, so much context missing. I'm like, this video is horrible. Okay. No, Nueva Granada. Okay, so there was this little thing called Virreinato de Nueva Granada, or Vice Monarchy of New Granite, and Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador were part of it, and this was like a huge chunk of, so like, you know how the Spanish conquered literally the entirety of Latin America except for Brazil? So the Spanish were like, yeah, this is like big. This is like too big. Let's cut it up. And so they divided Latin America into like New Spain, that was Mexico, New Grenade, that was Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador, Peru, that was Peru and Bolivia, and then uh, Virreinato en Río el Virreinato de la Plata o algo así, that was Argentina and part of Chile, and Uruguay and Paraguay, I think. And I know, Bolden. I know this is how they throw this guy and then maybe we're like, it's horrible. I want to die. Okay, so it's not like there were three countries already. There was a huge chunk of land that was one country, and then he divided them to then unite them again because he had an ideology of he wanted to unite the entirety of South America, if not the entirety of Latin America, to be honest. And so he was like going through ta first let's liberate Bolivia and let's first liberate Venezuela and then Colombia and now Ecuador, and by the time he was coming to Peru, the people who liberated Argentina and then Chile had already arrived to Peru and they were like, haha, we won. And that's why Peru got liberated, even though not It wasn't consensual. Peru was liberated unconsensually. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah. Okay. I know I explained it horribly, but yeah. My country's Liberal Party merged with the Conservative Party after both protagonizing like three civil wars because they existed solely to defend the interests of different parts of the aristocracy and they didn't want the poor GM to get any kind of representation. Interesting.
Who are already upset about what I said about their really good soccer team, I want to make one thing clear. Argentina's General José de San Martin was also vital to the defeat of the Spanish. He led expeditions against the Spanish in Chile and also a really important one in Lima. And then in December of 1824, at the Battle of Ayacucho, the last Spanish...
Again, there were many important wars throughout Peru in the fight for independence. Out of all of them, the one in Lima was literally probably the fifth one. The fifth more important one. Okay, maybe the third more important one. No, fourth. Fourth more important. But there were literally three others that were way more important than that one. Just saying. Okay.
Spanish viceroy was finally captured and all of Latin America, Spanish in Chile, and also a really important one in Lima. And then in December of 1824, at the Battle of Ayacucho, the last Spanish viceroy was finally captured and all of Latin America was free from Spain. Oh, it's time for the open letter? That's...
Okay. I really don't even want to watch this. Fine. We'll finish this video, I guess. All I'm going to say is that how dare you not mention Bolivia? And we're going to dive deep into Peru and other stuff later, so it doesn't matter.
Dan, but it's not the chair. An open letter to Simón Bolívar. But first, let's see what's in the secret compartment today. Oh, Llanero. I wonder if his hips swivel when I wind him up.
Oh yeah, also, this guy, who was Argentinian, literally asked for help to the British crown. Which I find particularly funny, given the current relationships between Argentina and the UK. But yeah. Yeah.
An open letter to Simón Bolívar. But first, let's see what's in the secret compartment today. Oh, Llanero. I wonder if his hips swivel when I wind him up. Context is everything. They do. Hey there, cowboy. Dear Simón Bolívar, first you had fantastic mutton chops. It's as if you're some kind of handsome Martin Van Buren. You were a man of immense accomplishments, but those accomplishments have been richly rewarded. I mean, you have a country named after you, not to mention 2 different currencies. But for my purposes, the most important thing you ever did was die. You may not know this, Simón Bolívar.
Argentina's claim to that. I know, right? Yes. Yeah.
But when I am not a world history teacher sitting next to a fake fireplace, I am a novelist. And your last words, damn it, how will I ever get out of this labyrinth, feature prominently in my first novel, Looking for Alaska, except it turns out those weren't your last words. Your last words were probably, Jose, bring the luggage. But I decided to use your fancy, romantic, inaccurate last words. It's called artistic license. Put that in your luggage. Anyway, fantastic life. I just wish you'd nailed it a little bit better with your last words.
Yeah, you know why he had a fantastic life? Because he was rich as fuck. He literally went to get help from he also went to get help from the British crown. So, yeah, you know, these people were literally bourgeois motherfuckers who just wanted more power for themselves. Like, motherfucker was happy when Bolivia got the name Bolivia after Bolivar, but was mad, literally got angry after he realized that Peru would keep the name Peru and not something based on his name. That's all.
Best wishes.
Also, it is kind of ironic that Bolivia was named Bolivia after Bolivar, when Venezuela should have been called Bolivia because they are the ones obsessed with him. But well, it's okay. Literally, Bolivia has nothing to do with Bolivar. That's all I'm going to say. Literally nothing to do. But whatever.
John Green. So by 1825, almost the entire Western Hemisphere, with a few exceptions in the Caribbean, was free from European rule. Oh, right, and Canada. I'm just kidding, Canadians. It's so easy to make fun of you because you're so nice. And so I tease you, and then you're like, oh, thanks for noticing that we exist.
I mean, they are literally still under British rule. I mean, it's also not like, the US rules Europe.
It's my pleasure. Anyway, this is pretty remarkable, especially when you consider that most of this territory had been under Spanish or Portuguese control for almost 300 years. The most revolutionary thing about these independence movements were that they enshrined the idea of so-called popular sovereignty in the New World. Never again would Latin America be under the permanent control of a European power, and the relatively quick division of Latin America into individual states, despite Bolivar's pan-South American dream, showed how quickly the people in these regions developed a sense of themselves as nations, distinct from Europe and from each other. This division into nations...
But it, like the only reason why it lasted so long, it's because of how culture was mixed, right? Like indigenous people kind of adapted the cultures that the white people from Spain brought to us. Well, not brought, more like forced onto them, right? But like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Cause like again, it is bad because slavery, classism, and stuff. Those things are bad and stuff. But at the same time, like people got accustomed to it, right? Again, I would acknowledge it that it's the power dynamics were bad, but like culturally, people got accustomed to it, right? And because like the social castes were more, there were more and they were blurrier because of all the you know like yeah you know like people were vibing in a just hierarchies, but were vibing nevertheless, you know. Yeah. The old imperial Englishman in me says the Spanish are not white. Oh my god. The whole imperialism thing is not a very good look, to be honest. A bit problematic, some may say. True.
States prefigures what would happen to Europe in the mid-19th century, and in that sense, Latin America is the leader of 19th century world history, and Latin American history distinct from Europe and from each other. This division into nation-states prefigures what would happen to Europe in the mid-19th century, and in that sense, Latin America is the leader of 19th century world history, and Latin American history presages another key theme in modern life, multiculturalism. And all of that makes Latin America sound very
I mean, we are super modern.
modern, but in a number of ways, Latin American independence wasn't terribly revolutionary. First,
True.
while the peninsulares were gone, the rigid social hierarchy with the wealthy Creoles at the top remained. Second, whereas
what are you talking about? No, we're super progressive and we don't see color. Racism is horrible in Latin America.
As revolutions in both France and America weakened the power of the established church, in Latin America, the Catholic Church remained very powerful in people's everyday lives. And then there is the patriarchy.
True.
Although there were many women who took up arms in the struggle for independence, including Juana Azurduy, who led a cavalry charge against Spanish forces in Bolivia, patriarchy remained strong in Latin America. Feminist ideas like those of Mary Wollstonecraft would have to wait. Women
I mean, the reason why patriarchy remained, again, this is why I'm like, I don't think you should put the patriarchy separate from the church, because it's because of the church that the patriarchy remains, and it's because of that social conservatism that it's because of that social conservatism created by the church that the patriarchy remains. In the same way, racism, like, hello, you know? Yeah, yeah.
weren't
Catholic conservatives explain how evil the indigenous savages were because of burning Spanish fortresses and killing the soldiers inside them after the Spanish genocided the entire country. Literally. Literally. Pillars of the hegemony. Yeah, literally. To be fair, the patriarchy does exist outside the Catholic Church, so that's why he treats them as separate problems. Does it though? Does it? Like, where in Latin America, does the patriarchy exist outside, like, not because of the church? And even then, the reason why the patriarchy was solidified in Europe was because of the church. So, you know, and again, if you're going to mention the patriarchy, might as well mention either white supremacy or Eurocentrism, right? But he's not mentioning any of them. So, you know, like, I get that it is, right? But, like, say the church and the patriarchy as separate entities, I'm like, I don't think those fit within the same category, you know? But yeah. Of God believing folks that came into Latam in is a Catholic church, and it's not like the only religion that has the patriarchy, but that's why I'm saying that. Specific. No, yeah, but what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that religion is to patriarchy. I'm saying Catholic Church is to patriarchy, and that's why I don't see a reason to disconnect them, because yeah. I hear in later conflicts in South America the church did actually stand against some fascism. Not necessarily the church, just it's complicated. Define fascism, you know? Or like, where are you talking about? Because there have been like revolutionary movements or left movements or left leaning people who, like, I wouldn't say have used the church, more as are Christian, right? But yeah, like, yeah, and like fascism. where? Because yeah, I'm not up on S. What? What are two good priests made a stand? Pastor who categorized the Congress with it. Yeah, like there have been like individuals or like specific groups of people, that just so happen to be Christian, but it's not like the church, because typically the church is used for fascism, just like Hitler did, but okay, okay. Yeah, let's not talk about how the church helped Hitler, But yeah, okay. Murders by regime. You are you are speaking like in such general statements that I'm like, I mean, fascism where? Like, are you talking about Chile? Are you talking about that one guy that was very populist had left that has left leanings, but was kind of a fascist, but still was like weird. Like, is he a fascist? I don't know. Are you talking about Brazil currently or like in the past century? Are you talking about Colombia in the last century? Are you talking about Central America? Are you talking about Mexico? Because, yeah, it was in the 90s or the 80s. Christian democracy and Mapo that participated in agenda's government. Oh, interesting. Uh, interesting. Wait, are you from Chile? Interesting. How is Boric doing? Also, did you already do the constitution thingy? Like, complicated question? Okay, fine. But did you already finish the process of the new constitution and stuff? Because I feel like last I checked was like 2 or 3 years ago, and I have no idea what happened. It's in like a month. Oh, interesting. Pepe's Law. Oh my god, the text is finished. Nice. Based. That is literally what I reply when people ask me about um Castillo. I'm like, a complicated question. And then I run. The public seat is in September. How are things going to improve? Literally a complicated question. I mean, like it is just how I expected. He like Castillo is literally not doing anything because literally the entirety of Congress, like right now, the entirety of Congress, including his party, is against him. But it's like, because like when he wanted to do the things that his party wanted, the rest of Congress would blockade him, and now that he's like trying to give in to the right a bit, his party is against him, and but the side of Congress that has always been against him is still against him. So yeah, and I'm like, I mean, I expected this. I mean, to be fair, I expected him to be more um ideology driven, but also once he got to power, I didn't expect much to happen. But yeah. some Irish Republicans that don't condemn the church out of hand in the vacuum of leadership of the Catholic people in the struggle against English state, the Irish Catholic Church, that is. Oh, interesting. Interesting. But yeah, Latin American politics, a mess. I mean, to be fair, literally capitalist country, every capitalist country's politics are a mess. Like, there is no single country. Like, I can't really think of a country whose politics are like chill, except maybe China and Vietnam, and maybe Cuba, but also they are literally trying to resist US imperialism constantly, so. But I feel like internally they're like vibing, but I don't know. El problema es que Boric muchas veces hace wea. Ya pregunta que consultan ni le avisan ni nada a los partidos del gobierno, así que los partidos terminan votando desordenadamente en el Congreso. Oh, interesting. 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 Oh, also, I know that Peru has reached a point where a lot of conservatives are literally going to the US to speak about how Castillo is a threat for democracy, and like the guy has literally done nothing. The guy has literally done nothing. And I'm like, how is he a threat? He's literally managed to do nothing. Like, Congress is lucky that he hasn't dissolved Congress at this point, to be honest. Also, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know. Okay, maybe this is a bit racist, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't know he can dissolve Congress. But also, I don't know why he would do that either way. He these 4 years have been a complete waste of time in Peruvian politics. But yeah, of the Red Scare does to literally, what years of Red Scare does to motherfucker. What the fuck do the junks know about democracy? Literally. Oh my god, it's such a fucking mess. And like the worst part is that every time, like, there are people like screaming about, oh, Castillo is like destroying democracy or like whatever bullshit. Other people from the party are the ones who have to defend him or defend the left, and it's like, this is how you know that this is how you know that Castillo literally like has no ideology. Which is disappointing, right? But it's true. And it's just sad at this point. It is sad to me because I hope that he would at least try to do stuff for the rest of Peru, right? But I feel like he hasn't managed to accomplish anything. Um, and yeah, I mean, to be fair, okay, he has done a couple of things, right? But I feel like they have been so superficial and nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary small changes that any other government would have done to try to organize the economy, you know? But yeah, yeah. Because, like, he made a law that, like, the principal workers of businesses have to go, have to be, like, have to have, like, a full contract, right? And now right wingers want to get rid of that legislation. But it's like, I mean, it's nothing out of the ordinary, right? Like, I mean, it kind of goes against the bourgeoisie, technically, as they will have to pay workers, right? But at the same time, it's like I feel like any other semi-left president would have done that. So it's not like anything out of the ordinary, you know? Like I'll take the win, but again, like I voted for him expecting some more changes, you know? Not like any other change that I might get with any other semi-left candidate, you know? But yeah. Yeah. All the journalists and actors, business owners, and other kinds of worms that live in my worms go and say shit like, "Oh, we're gonna turn into Venezuela or Cuba or the Burkey or wherever," but they're the ones that live there. No one goes to the U.S. to say it literally. Also, it is funny because a lot of Venezuelans came to Peru, and some of them are saying, "Oh, oh, this is turning into Venezuela," and it's like, I don't know. I've lived in Peru all my life, and it's literally the same. Like prices have been going up all my life. You know, like when I was a kid, back in my day, when I was a kid, like literally, like there were ice creams that were like 50 cents, and now that exact same ice cream is like one sol and 50 cents, and I'm like, this is outrageous, you know. But also, that's literally how the economy works. That's literally how capitalism works. Like there is nothing, you know, out of the ordinary. Like prices have always been going up, you know. So it's like, yeah. Also, hi, Tyrion Elite. Welcome. All 20 years of literally, literally. I'm no longer a coper. Oh my god. Giving up on the American experiment. Let's fucking go! uh, why are you blue then? Oh my god. Yeah, we also have a lot of those down here. See? Right wingers in Mexico blame the wave of criminal violence on the leftist president's soft approach to crime. Oh my god. AMLO, I literally, like, I am so confused. I am so confused by your president because I literally thought he was a right winger and now he's a left winger, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's just a centrist who is like kind of a populist, but yeah. As if he didn't create violent military police as a terrible record of police. Yeah, okay, see? I'm like, AMLO is so inconsistent. And now I know that AMLO is the party. That's another thing. For the longest time, I thought AMLO was the president. And it turns out that that's the name of the party. And I'm like, I am so confused by Mexican politics. And it's even worse because the more I learned about Mexico, the more I discovered the fact that you literally have no regulations on anything. Like I feel like you are almost worse than Texas, which is like scary. And it's like, oh my god, why are people living in Mexico? That's a mess. Like literally, me learning about Mexico is me learning to appreciate how order, how much order there is in Peru. But yeah, like regulations on like work stuff and jobs and like the economy. But yeah, mind if I send a 5 minute video that brought up me from this principle? Yes.
For the last few years, I've had this sense
Use is not a democracy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look, If you needed a Princeton study, if you needed a study, period, to discover that the US is not a democracy, oh my god. AMLO is not the name of the party. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Like regulations and what? Yeah. My two favorite revolution says John Green. Oh my god. Hi Dorian, welcome. Wait, who is AMLO? I looked up AMLO and that was the name of the party. Now he's brainwashing like it's lifelong and the program is okay, fair. Wait, and what's the name of the party? I am so confused. I hate Mexican politics. I hate Mexican politics. He looks like Biden. Damn, burn. He was trying to ban outsourcing. The cons were crying about how the economy was going to crash and companies were like going to bankrupt Venezuela, 3 million dead, literally. And literally nothing happened. Literally. Literally. Like I'm like I'm not going to say this. Okay, I literally hate how it's like I cannot get out of my head the picture of like multiple Venezuelans saying, "Oh, I see this coming. It's the same as Venezuela," and it's like Peru and Venezuela are literally completely different countries with completely different contexts, and literally nothing is happening in Peru. Like literally nothing is happening in Peru. You know what's happening in Peru? What's happening in Peru is the fact that Peru exists in a world where there's a market controlled by Europe and the US. And because Europeans and United Statesians are dipwits, are poop people, the economy, yes. You know what's going on in Peru? That Peru exists. That's what's going on in Peru. So yeah. Movimiento de Generación. Interesting. Ah, play the WikiLeaks video where the US droned some innocent civilians. I think during the People's Convention, which ran alongside the American Conference or whatever was. Oh, interesting. Worst real thing he is doing is building the Mayan train and new oil refineries, and that's about it. The only thing that cons are right about is pretending to care about the environment. Interesting. Why conservatives complain about. Wait. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot that Mexico is a normal country where everyone cares about the environment. Unlike the US, where some people think that where the think that climate change is not real. Hello? Conservatives don't exist, lol. True. They're neoliberals, reactionaries, and fascists. I mean, I would argue that all of them are fascists, but I think during the People's Convention, are pretty damn cool. Not gonna lie. I have arguments against that. I mean, they're not bad. They're just like, nah. They're vibing. You know, they're vibing, and I cannot take that away from them.
That everything I learned as a kid.
Okay.
For the last few years, I've had this sense that everything I learned as a kid about how America's government works is completely wrong. But I had no idea how bad things actually were until I saw this one graph. Researchers at Princeton University looked at more than 20 years worth of data to answer a pretty simple question. Does the government represent the people? Now, this is what they found. This axis here represents public support for any given idea. On the left, at 0%, are ideas that not a single American wants. On the right, at 100%, are ideas that everyone supports. This axis represents the likelihood of Congress passing a law that reflects any of these ideas, from a 0 to a 100% chance. On this graph, an ideal republic would look like this. If 50% of the public supports an idea, there's a 50% chance of it becoming law. If 80% of us support something, there's an 80% chance. You get the idea. Now, most Americans would probably agree that, with a few exceptions, we should be as close to this ideal as possible. Unfortunately, the way America actually works doesn't even come close. Take an idea that nobody supports, literally nobody, and it has about a 30% chance of becoming federal law. Now, take an incredibly popular idea, the most popular idea this country has ever seen, and there's also about a 30% chance of it becoming law. This means that the number of American voters for or against any idea has no impact on the likelihood that Congress will make it law. Put another way, and I'm just going to quote the Princeton study directly here, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. So if you've ever felt like your opinion doesn't matter and...
Okay. How? Okay. Okay. This is me. This is me paying attention to US politics for only 2 years. How have y'all lived through Bernie? How have you lived through 2016 and 2020 and not realized this? How have people lived through the elections of 2016 and 2020 and not realized this? Like, literally, there were motherfuckers living in the most rural areas, MAGA as fuck, that when they were asked, they literally said, oh yeah, I would vote for Bernie. Yeah, I would vote for Bernie, then Trump, and then Biden, or then Hillary. Literally, those motherfuckers, the fucking rednecks, they were so fucking willing to vote for Bernie. You know why? Because Bernie wanted to do the shit that they literally wanted. Bernie was going to give them healthcare, the healthcare that everybody wanted. And Bernie literally had 60% of the population. Like, how do I explain to you? Like, Bernie literally had 60% of the population. How does someone live through that and not realize this? Hello? Hello? You can be Mr. Argos Lefty all you want, but do recognize that this video has convinced about half of the people I sent it to. But I'm like, it's not arrogance, it's like, I truly cannot understand how you can live through something and not learn about that, you know? Also, hi BBH and hi Tony. We've been craftfully brainwashed as propagandist up. Okay, US propagandist up there. I can give you that, I guess. I mean, to be fair, I guess because I was following US politics from an outside perspective. It was more Do you all actually know people who don't want free healthcare? Like, are there actually people who don't want free healthcare? Like, do you know what I mean? Because even then, the argument against free healthcare is like money, but it's not the fact that people don't want it. You know? Also, at the time I heard about the study, I suspected the truth was something like that, but I thought it would be hyperbolic to say it. The study confirmed my suspicions and gave me permission to say it. Interesting. I mean, I'm not saying that the study is useless, right? But I'm saying, like, you live in the US, you know? But I mean, I guess to be fair, I don't know. There are people who clapped when Wendy Williams asked, "Should she stop?" Look, Tony, that's different. That's different. Okay, I also clapped. Just kidding. Free healthcare means the wage slaves may work less. That's why capitalism. Yeah, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying, are there actual people that don't want free healthcare? Like working class people, either from like Republicans or Democrats, right? By a man who wished it to be a public good. No, I'm not asking about like. I mean, I assume everyone here wants free healthcare. I'm asking like, are there like, unless you knew? Oh, okay. Like, unless you knew people who were against free healthcare, because like, I don't know. Britain is a company that's not get assassinated in prison, but after a lifetime of work, he's still failing to make change. I mean, yeah, you know. Yes? Are are there really who don't want free healthcare? They want to earn it and want each person to earn it? Interesting. My own parents declare my mother with a pregnant. Oh my god. Doesn't even. What? Interesting. I don't want to hire in the government. Interesting. Maybe I have underestimated how horrible the propaganda is in the US. Interesting. Ford police brutality, the real projects of native and private healthcare. Yeah, these people have been brainwashed to think in ways that serve capitalists, just they are wage slaves. Who already has good healthcare because they can pay it. Interesting. Damn.
The government doesn't really care what you think. Well, you're right. But there's a catch. This flat line only accounts for the bottom 90% of income earners in America. Economic elites, business interests, people.
The progressive is especially effective. It's just that it's so invasive, and like that's the thing. It's not that it's like good propaganda. It's just there is so much. Like you are just constantly swimming through it. Like you are living, eating, and breathing propaganda in the U.S. 24/7. I mean, arguably everywhere in under capitalism, but like and yeah, it is very individualistic. My reactionary aunt that hates Democrats slash communists makes good use of a government provided cell phone and Medicare. Oh my god.
People who can afford lobbyists, they get their own line. Look at how much closer their line is to the ideal. When they want something, the government is much more likely to do it. And when they don't, they have the power to completely block it from happening, no matter how much the rest of the country supports it. They get what they want, and guess who ends up paying for it? We pay for it with the most expensive healthcare in the world. We pay for it.
Okay. Now that we're talking about money, I just want to say something. Literally, what's the point of taxing industries that are subsidized? Literally, what's the point of taxing industries that are subsidized? What would be the point of taxing Elon Musk when Tesla is receiving so many subsidies? It literally gets to a point where the government is just paying back all the taxes that Tesla is not paying in the first place. Like literally. So when people like AOC say tax the rich, I'm like, girl, why? For what? If they're literally going to go back to their own to their pocket. Not to mention that that's not even how taxes work. That's not even how taxes work. Reminds me of when NYC defunded the police on paper by putting it back to NY. Literally. Would not be spared by the revolution. Oh my god, true love. What's another thing? It's to put up a business justification for capitalism. Literally, the government has to make capitalism. The janitor cleaned up the mess. I was going to say another thing. What was I talking about? Taxes. The Green New Deal. One term energy that she had. One term congresswoman. Or. Like honestly, that is the phrase that made me believe and stop believing in AOC. Because she said, if I'm a one term congresswoman, then so be it. And then she stayed for a second term, and then I was like, interesting. Interesting. Sus. Sus. And then she kept staying in Congress, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you stayed more than one term in Congress at this point. Sus. Sussy baka. You know? But yeah. Yeah. The cute elf who hexes people and eats apples in my cozy stomp house. Oh my god, Tommy. She was supposed to be that radical that they would not let her run again. Yeah, and it's interesting because like Okay, so like there was this there was this documentary. Now she's Pelosi's apprentice. Oh my god, Sam. Literally savage. Uh Knock down the house.
Controversial. People say
If I was a rational person, I would have dropped out of this race a long time ago.
I want to cry now because I remember this and I want to live and I believed in her. Literally, why would I believe in her? I'm literally not even in the US. That's the worst part. I'm so brainwashed by imperialism. And it's like, literally, okay, this documentary talked about four people. Don't even get me started on that, Sam. I haven't talked about it. I've seen the tweets of everyone talking about it, and I'm like, it. Okay, the thing is like this documentary featured four four uh four women running for Congress. Two of them have already disavowed AOC. Two of them have already disavowed AOC, and the third one is Cory Bush. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Like, this documentary gave me so much hope. Okay, whatever. And she's one of the congresswoman, one of the candidates that was in the documentary, and most of us didn't hit that tanky arc after. Honestly, true. Yeah, yeah. I fucking hate her. I hate her. Okay. I don't hate her. No, yeah, I hate her because she played with my emotions. She played with my feelings. Okay. She's about her. She has this about her. She has this about AOC, and in this interview, well, there's a full interview with her with Brianna, but she's still running for Congress, and she's saying that she's allegedly saying that she is tired of the bullshit of the squad. So I'm like, damn, you are not going to be elected. It's sad. But what really made like pushed me over the edge with AOC was literally this video. Oh my god. All the drama that I've been through just for this video, I literally cannot. But this video made me say, okay, fuck AOC. Because Paula Jean has been working her ass off. Okay? She's in a fucking red state where workers are dying and she wants them to stop dying, you know? And she needed all she needed was money. And you know who has money? AOC has money. And you know what she decided to do? She decided not to give her money. And then she lost. And more people are still dying in her state. And I'm like. And even worse, even worse is the fact that AOC not only didn't give Paula Jean money, she gave money to conservative Democrats. Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm done. This is the video. I recommend it. If you want to if you want to anti-AOC, anti-AOC peel someone, send them that video. Alexandria Asov Cortez. Oh my god. But yeah. Now thanks all day. Yes. I kind of reform because I'm not masochistic enough to look into US politics as AOC stand with Ukraine. Of course she fucking does. There is no US politician that doesn't stand with the Nazis. I mean, Ukraine. Oops. For me, it was literally finding out she says Mama Bear. Okay. It didn't bother me. I thought that I honestly think that was a weak argument to stop following AOC because for me, AOC calling Pelosi Mama Bear was just a way of like like they work together, so like I don't know, I wasn't bothered by it. I was like, I mean, they work together. Like, is she going to just call her? Like, it's not like AOC will be like calling her a bitch every day. Like, I don't know, but yeah, it didn't bother me, you know. But yeah, she expanded NATO too. I mean, that's not surprising. The squad is a joke. It is. Even Ilhan Omar isn't against US. Oh, don't even get me started with Ilhan Omar saying like, who do you look up to? Margaret Thatcher. I'm like, can't you at least pretend you are from the left? Can't you at least pretend that you are not, you are like, that you care about the working class? Hello, Margaret. I'm literally stopping all the trash buses from going to the streets and let the people live with trash. Thatcher? Really? Her? She's your icon? Like, at least my icon is a throat goat. Just kidding. Uh, my heart does not stand with Ukraine or Russia. My heart is with the military industrial complex. Oh my, wait, she said that? I'm dead. Hello? Oh my god. We're all too tired, exhausted to follow US politics, even though many of us, yeah, literally. That's why I don't cover the US anymore. The only way I cover the US is when, honestly, I literally don't cover the US at all, ever. Well, or I try not to, right? But it's inevitable. But the only reason I cover the US ever is if they're saying something about China. Because even I have tried to stay pretty like out of the all the Ukraine stuff. And even when we were talking about the Ukraine stuff, we focus on NATO as a whole and not the US, even though we still acknowledge the fact that the US, NATO, what's the difference? There's no difference, to be honest. But yeah. Thatcher was a girl boss. She did some imperialisms and class antagonisms, but like, who hasn't? Mao. Mao hasn't. I mean, Mao technically has done class antagonisms, but like from the working class side and not from the bourgeoisie side, you know? Oh no, that's my opinion on the Russia. Oh my god. Thatcher was a girl boss. Margaret Thatcher, the top idol of Millet. How the fuck can you be a Argentinian and like Thatcher? Oh my god, true. Wait, what? Oh my god. How can you be Argentinian and like anyone British? Anyone British, honestly. But the good kind of class antagonism. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Honestly, I feel like I feel like if you are an Argentinian politician and you say that should be suicide. That should be actual social suicide. Like, hello? Like, to this day, the UK claims the. What are they called? Ma... Maldivas. Yeah. Like, hello? Para ir cerrando con una frase de Margaret. Oh my god. Ew, disgusting. No procede del pueblo, es una doctrina de intelectuales que tuvieron la arrogancia de creer que podían planificar mejor la vida de todos. Malvinas. Thank you. Disgusting. World Economic Forum? Oh my god. Okay. Who is this person? Maybe I should cover Latin America more often. Argentinian libertarian politician? Oh my god. Currently serving as the federal deputy of Buenos Aires. I'm dead. How? How became widely known for appearances as being critical of Fernandez, Mauricio Marci, and Alberto Fernandez administrations. Wow, shocking. Oh, I already know him. I already know what he talks like, what he. This is okay. This is just peak Argentinianism. Like, okay, to be fair, every other Argentinian talks like this. But disgusting, disgusting. Okay. Remember we were watching a video. When you realize history or political science class in university, and when you are in history or political class in your university, and your professor starts off with Winston Churchill quote, oh my god. It is so wild to me because since becoming a like before becoming a leftist, if I heard someone like quoting Churchill or even Thatcher for that matter, I would be like, interesting. Interesting. They're not particularly my cup of tea, but interesting. Wow, they're so knowledgeable about politics. And after becoming a leftist, I'm like, interesting. So you have, so you don't know anything about politics. Got it. You are basically just a brainwashed person. Got it. But yeah.
And guess who ends up paying for it?
We pay for it with the most expensive healthcare in the world. We pay for it with a tax code that's a complete mess. We pay for it with internet that's slower and more expensive, with wasteful spending, a floundering education system, a catastrophic drug war, and 1 in 5 American children born into poverty. Almost every major issue we face as a nation can be traced back to this graph.
He's seated next to Trotskyist, but I don't know if it is actually true. Oh my god. Also, of course, there are Trotskyists in Argentina. Oh my god, Argentinian politics are again, every country's political politics a mess. A mess.
How does this happen? Well, just follow the money. Right now, it's perfectly legal to buy political influence in America. Here's how it works. Let's say a big bank wants a law that would force taxpayers to bail them out again if they repeat the exact same reckless behavior that crashed the global economy in 2008. Not exactly the most popular idea with the public, and Congress knows that. That should be the end of it. But that's where the money comes in.
It's perfectly legal for our bank to hire a team of lobbyists.
I'm not saying politics is useless. I'm saying that politics, or like the political environment of every country, are a mess. That's what I'm saying. But yeah. I studied politics. I was in the U.S. military history course. And I asked, what about the civilians? My professor was like, yeah, that's part of it, war and imperialism. What? What? Hello? You mean... Oh yeah, they're the part who die?
Whose entire job is to make sure that the government gives the bank what it wants. Then those lobbyists can track down members of Congress who regulate banks and help raise a ton of money for their re-election campaigns. It's perfectly legal for those lobbyists to offer those same politicians million-dollar jobs at their lobbying firm. Then those lobbyists can literally write the language of this new bailout law themselves and hand it off to the politician they just buttered up with campaign money and lucrative job offers. And it's perfectly legal for those politicians to take the lobbyist written language and sneak it through Congress at the last second. So now you've got a law that greatly benefits the banks and the whole process can start over. This is how a bill becomes a...
And I am like, why don't the progressives do that with healthcare? Lately, since when is AOC in power? "2019, it's been literally 3 years. Years. Hello, 3 years. How many omnibuses have there been in the last 3 years? Sorry. That's all I'm going to say. And before someone comes and is like, oh, but AOC is not the only one. Why are you blaming AOC? AOC is only one person in the entire Congress. Oh, really? Oh, only one person? Then explain. What's the name of that one conservative Democrat who everyone hates? Then explain Manchin. Also cinema, yes. But Manchin is a man, is a white man, so we should hate him more. Explain Manchin. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. But she can't do it alone. Oh my god. She's a grifter though. Manchin is the ideological. I mean, true. Okay, fair. Cinema is more, and I don't know. I feel like both of them are annoying, but she's a hypocrite, and that's like arguably worse. You know. Yeah.
The law. A special interest hires some lobbyists. Those lobbyists collect campaign contributions, offer jobs, and then write the laws that Congress then passes to help those same special interests. This happens every day on every single issue with politicians of both parties. In the last 5 years alone, the 200 most politically active companies in the United States spent $5.8 billion influencing your government. Those same companies got $4.4 trillion in taxpayer support. And that's trillion, with a T. And that's just the top 200 companies. Never mind every other special interest, every union, every trade association, and every billionaire. Every single one of them can use their money to buy political influence. You know, there's this idea out there that this only
Again, literally, what's the point of taxing the rich if they are literally going to be paid even more in subsidies? To single out Manchin or cinema because they're just the conservatives of the moment. The Democrats always have someone to fill that role. The names change, but the role remains the same. I mean, like I just named them because they're. I mean, I named them because they are the conservatives of the moment, right? But like the idea is that they're like people say, "Oh, she's just one person." Yet there is always just one person doing the work of the other side, of the other side, even though they're all the same side. But yeah, whatever, you know. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Dorian.
became a problem after the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision in 2010. But the data goes back almost 40 years, and the results are clear. Corruption is legal in America. And as long as it is, anyone who can spend money to buy political
Okay, if corruption is legal, is it corruption? Because isn't corruption supposed to be illegal? Or is corruption just like taking advantage of the power? Dishonest or fraudulent conduct by those in power. Process in which something, typically a word or expression, is changed from its original use. Corruption is constitutionally protected free speech in the US. Oh my god. Ace flag chart there, boy. Oh my god. Oh my god, true.
influence will. The solution here isn't rocket science. Make corruption illegal. We already know Congress won't do it. I mean, one look at this chart will tell you that. What we need is a plan that lets us go around Congress and do what the American people do best. Fix this mess ourselves. Well,
Okay, he says that that's what the US people do best. I wouldn't say that that's the thing that they do best. You know what I mean? Like, historically, some groups of people who happen to be in the US have done those things, you know, but it's not like they were so proud to be American, you know? Do we fix this mess ourselves better than others? I mean, I mean, like, also, like, which others, right? Like, who else is going to fix the mess, right? Like, I mean, to be fair, we were just talking about Latin American liberations and. Hmm. Semantics. Well, that's American exceptionalism. Corruption is the system, but the system's uncorruptible. Checks and balances, Supreme Court, true.
Well, good news. We have that plan and it's already working. Now that we've got the problem covered, let us show you how to be part of the solution.
I don't know. You just show me a white person, and I'm like, I don't know. If you would have, you are a Canadian. Oh my god! I knew this channel was sus. You don't even exist. Just kidding. Trying to fix democracy when Soviet solution is a totalitarian burning. Literally. Okay, literally before when I was in the beginning stages of my tankification, I literally was like, what's wrong with authoritarianism? Wouldn't you love an authoritarian Bernie that is like, take healthcare? And it's like, no, healthcare, but in an authoritarian way. No, healthcare, free. And it's like, who would react like that? You know? Like, he's literally giving you free healthcare. Imagine the authoritarian government that is giving you free education and is giving you jobs that are paying you good money. So authoritarian. No, education. Food. No. And it's like, I'm like, what's wrong with authoritarianism in that case? You know, I don't know, it's pretty good. You know, just saying. Don't you know having a party that serves people is bad? True. That's why we need multiple parties that serve multiple interests. Because like literally when you actually think about it, why would you need more parties? You just need one party that serves the people and nothing else. Why would you need anything else? Literally though. Honestly, okay, low key, high key, the CPC shouldn't allow other parties in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Just saying. Okay, just saying. The CPC already is too anarchist. Honestly, I'm calling them anarchists because they allow multiple parties in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and low key, high key, they shouldn't have more parties. You know, it's too undemocratic. But yeah, okay. I'm going to leave you with a short video by Cyrus.
Your media.
That is not this one because it's too long. I'm going to leave you with this.
What?
I'm going to go to the bathroom. But first, that's all a contradiction with the multi-party system. A single party has a responsibility to the people that doesn't have excuse. Okay, opposition party to blame. Literally. Again, the more you think about it, it doesn't make sense to have multiple parties. But yeah. Yeah. Also, I've been streaming for 3 hours, so give me all your money, please. Thank you. Bye.
Western media always uses three words to describe China's investments in Africa: debt trap diplomacy. We've been told China's real ambitions in Africa are to enslave countries in debt by offering unrealistic loan terms, and when poor African nations can't repay their debts, the Chinese government comes in, seizes their assets, and expands the Chinese empire. This is what we've heard from Western media. But the most important voice to listen to in this discussion is the people of Africa. What is the truth about China's efforts in Africa? And does debt trap diplomacy really exist? Let's answer both of those questions in today's video. Everyone, today's video is all about investing, and I'm going to show you exactly how both the United States and China have been investing into Africa. But first, let me thank my longtime sponsor, Masterworks.io, for partnering with me on today's video. Make sure you stick around to the end to hear a special offer from our sponsor. In March 2018, U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson traveled to Ethiopia to give an important speech on the future of U.S. relations in Africa. Instead of focusing on what the U.S. would do for the continent, Tillerson's primary focus was talking about China. He claimed that China would endanger Africa's long-term political stability. But the message wasn't received well in Africa for one simple reason: irony. You see, the airport that Rex Tillerson flew into was built by China. The road that brought Rex Tillerson from the airport into the city was built by China. Even the very building that Rex Tillerson gave that speech was built by China. Despite these glaring examples of successful projects with China, Rex only wanted to talk about why Africa shouldn't be doing business with China. It's a very difficult message to sell when China is making a real difference in the quality of life for African people. To understand why China has overtaken the US as the largest...
Oh yeah, I forgot to update it, and I don't know if Frames still needs the money, because it's been a while. I think it's been a month, but yeah, if you're able to donate to friend of the stream, Frames, do it. Yes. Or you can give me your money. But yeah, do it.
Foreign direct investor in Africa, it's important to understand the different types of loan the US and China are offering. Loans from China are invested in...
No, that's it's not frozen. It's actually just a still. It's my fake camera. Ooh. Oh my god, I look so young here. Old me, young me. Young me by like 3 months.
into modern infrastructure. And when you build airports, roads, railways,
Don't mind the
hospitals,
tweet, just
power
look at the
grids, and
image.
schools,
I know, right? Full course yellow. Interesting. He looks so sad. Representative. Oh my god. Interesting. We love diversity.
all of these assets go directly into improving the productivity of a nation. It's an investment into giving the future generation
It
a
is.
chance at a better life. And it's also a smart loan strategy from China. When you are investing in something that improves productivity, you most certainly...
Oh, I don't know if anyone saw my tweet, but like earlier I tweeted something, and honestly, I was going to make it I think it was this. I was going to make it a whole thread, but then I was too scared. But I was going off talking about like how I don't know why they talked about China. I think donate is the other, yeah. I don't know why they even mentioned China, but I was literally writing a whole entire thread talking about like how, oh, like literally what is China doing that counts as imperialism? Because like all they are doing is like trading with other countries. Literal trade. And those countries are literally asking for Chinese companies to come to their countries and work. And so, is trade imperialism now? Are Peru and Chile imperializing each other when we trade? I mean, I don't think so, but apparently it is. Like, it's imperialism when Djibouti literally asks China, hey, can you put a military base here, please? Please. Please, China, please put your military base here. We don't want the US. And China is like, I mean, we're not sure. Like, are you sure? Because, like, we don't want to. We really don't want to. We literally don't have military bases anywhere else. And Djibouti is like, please. We beg you, please. Please. And China is like, I mean, I guess, but, like, are you sure? We don't want to. And Djibouti is like, please. Please. And China's like, okay, but just because you asked. Like, is that imperialism? I would even argue that Djibouti is doing the imperialism to China. And even then, like, is that imperialism? Is China like, is China keeping Hong Kong imperialism? Is China receiving back Hong Kong from literally being after being colonized by the UK imperialism? Like, I don't think you understand Hong Kong's history if you think that's imperialism. So, like, yeah. So, yeah. And that's why you all have to like my tweet. Always. Thank you. Bye. Monroe Doctrine. Oh my god. Trying to conquer Taiwan. Like, literally every time someone is like, oh, they're going to. This is what's going on with Taiwan, okay? This is what's going on with Taiwan. China. Hey, Taiwan. When are you just giving up and accepting that you're part of China? And Taiwan is like, but we don't wanna though. Like, stop. And China's like, we'll wait after you finish your baby tantrum and we'll accept you peacefully because we've been waiting for half a century now and we can still wait. But you're going to be part of China anyway, so you're technically part of China anyway, so like we're just waiting. So yeah. And the US is like, see? Oh, China wants to attack Taiwan. We have to defend Taiwan. Oh, China is going to attack Taiwan. Woo! And China is like, no, we've just been waiting for half a century now. It's quite literally been 50 years. 60 technically, but we're just waiting. Meanwhile, the US, see? There's going to be a war. We have to defend Taiwan. And China is like, We're waiting. And that's literally what's going on with Taiwan. China is vibing, waiting, trying to literally trying to build good relationships with Taiwan, regardless of them actually wanted to go like get back to China or not. Literally trying to build good relations, literally trying to build the bridge that they need for China. Taiwan literally needs a bridge to trade with China, and they don't want to pay for it because they literally can't. And China is doing it, and literally China doing building that bridge that literally Taiwan wants is imperialism somehow, and somehow that's a threat. And literally China doesn't want to build that bridge because if they do it, then the US is going to say, "Oh, see, oh, you want to attack them," and it's like Taiwan literally asked for that bridge that they should be paying for. By the way, by the way, okay, but yeah. Other than that, I literally don't know why anyone would say that China is doing imperialism. So, yeah. You know? So, yeah. To both parties' mutual benefits is basically colonization. Oh my god. Sweaty Westoid boys. But they are giving them crippling debt. Oh my god. Yeah, it's so crippling that that they are literally letting them not pay them back. That's imperialistic. Building good relationships with people is imperialism, right? Right. All I'm going to say that pre-pandemic, uh, Peru was trying to build relationships with Australia, and in apparently that's either Peruvian or Australian imperialism, you know. So, I mean, is that British imperialism since Australia is part of Britain technically? Is that British imperialism? Maybe the people are saying it's true. They're literally a non-Western IMF. Hong Kong is less of a colony of China than Canada is to the US. I mean, to be fair, Canada is literally a colony of the UK. It's literally a colony of the UK. Hello? I mean, to be fair, at this point, the UK is a colony of the US. China's taking the bait. Let's send Pelosi. Literally. That literally sending Pelosi literally is against US law. But it's okay. The Libs won't be able to resist. Historically, Taiwan has always been a part of Albania. What? Hello? One. Albania. What? There's no matches in Wikipedia. So I must disagree. What's this? Source? Source? Were you just trolling me? I'm autistic. I will believe you. Is Taiwan part of Albania? I made it up. Oh, okay. I was like, interesting. I literally, I literally saw this. I literally saw it, and I'm like, oh my god, they have similar flags. That must be so true. Oh my god, I see it. I see it. Oh my god. I hate you. Literally ban.
are increasing the chances of being paid back on that debt. On the flip side, loans that are offered from America are typically given in emergency situations to cover trade and fiscal deficits. While these Western loans are certainly needed and provide a short-term
Yeah, you know when the US gives you money after they have bombed you and your country literally doesn't have anything. And that's when the US comes and it's like, okay, we'll give you money, but you will have to give it back with a lot of interest. Only 10 times what we're giving you, you know? But we're going to give you a plan that is like forever. So, like, you will finish paying us in like forever. And if you don't do what we ask you to do, we're going to bomb you again. Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair exchange, you know?
solution to a complex problem, the money is spent immediately. It doesn't resolve the core issue, and it most definitely won't prevent it from happening again. Much of Africa's infrastructure
Oh yeah. Also, we're not going to give you all the money right now. We're going to give you the money in parts, and eventually, when we want to give you the money, you still will have to pay us back, you know, but yeah. Just trust us, bros. Trust us. Also sign this. And if you don't pay us, you will be a colony of the US.
was inherited from the colonial era.
Yeah, this is all legal. Yeah, the IMF says it. The IMF that just happens to be controlled by the US, you know?
But the lack of modern roads, power networks, clean water, modern schools, all of this has hampered Africa's economic development for years. A study by the UK government-sponsored Commission for Africa estimated that transportation bottlenecks and inefficiencies amount to an 80% export tax on Ugandan textiles. Without better electricity and clean water, how can these factories in Uganda produce quality products? Without roads and ports, how can these Uganda factories ship their products around the world? Without basic infrastructure, it's now more difficult to attract investment into the sector, and ultimately, all of these challenges will hinder job creation. It's very easy to see why closing this infrastructure gap is the biggest priority for the future of Africa. For decades, weak planning, poor leadership, corruption, and a lack of regional cooperation amongst African countries hindered the continent's ability to improve. However, things changed when China integrated many African nations into the Belt and Road Initiative. From 2000 to 2020, China has helped African countries build more than 13,000 kilometers of roads and railway, 80 large-scale power facilities, 130 medical facilities, 45 sport venues, and over 200 schools. It was a big moment in Kenya's history when passengers boarded the Madaraka Express.
What? Oh no, but that's imperialism, so that's bad, actually. You know, they might have healthcare, but that's imperialist healthcare, so that's bad.
Which connects Kenya's capital and its main port of Mombasa. At a cost of $3.6 billion US, this rail line represents the most expensive infrastructure project in Kenya's history. It was built by the China Road and Bridge Corporation, who hired over 25,000 Kenyan workers to work on the railway. Another win for Kenya. The rail line exceeded expectations and passed 2 million passengers in the first 17 months of operation, prompting Kenya's Daily Nation newspaper to write, "China is a worthy partner in its efforts to break the age-old poverty trap based on centuries of underdevelopment." A recent survey conducted by the Afrobarometer of 34
Bro.
African countries from 2019 to 2020 found that while some were concerned about being heavily indebted to China, 63% of Africans view China as a positive external influence on the continent. This compares to 60% for the United States and 57% for the United Nations. But honestly, we can't discuss China's efforts in Africa without bringing in a true expert on the situation, and I would like everybody to meet Deborah Braudigam, the author of The Dragon's Gift, The Real Story of China in Africa. Deborah and her colleague wrote this article for The Atlantic entitled,
Okay, low-key, I expected an African person. But I guess she's good enough since she wrote a book. But low-key, I expected an African person. It's okay, white lady. We'll give you this one just because you're on our side. But next time, it better be a black person. Or an African person, rather. Just saying. I'm checking you, Cyrus. I'm checking you. I'm keeping you in my side.
"The Chinese debt trap is a myth." claiming that the narrative wrongfully portrays both Beijing and the developing countries it deals with. In this article, Deborah goes on to state, our research shows that Chinese banks are willing to restructure the terms of existing loans and have never actually seized an asset from any country. The myth of debt trap diplomacy has been popularized by many Western politicians in an effort to combat the rise of China. Over the past 20 years, Chinese construction firms have learned a lot from their American and European counterparts. China now boasts 27 firms among the top 100 global contractors, up from just 9 in 2000. In contrast, the United States has only 7 contractors among the global top 100, down from 19 in 2000. This represents a 63% decline for America in just 2 decades.
Damn.
Over the past few weeks, I've made multiple videos on China's investments around the world. I've talked about China's efforts in Asia Pacific, Latin America, even China's efforts around the world. But it's important to highlight the truth of what China
Oh,
is
I
doing
guess we should have watched the video about Latin America, huh? Oh well.
in Africa.
Next
in the future,
time.
the country that offers loans for developing infrastructure is going to be the leader of the developing world. And one can argue that China is in a better position to deal with these smaller developing nations, because just 4 decades ago, China's economy was also small and just starting to develop. China can empathize with these countries' current position and can provide them the exact same playbook that helped China rise to become a global leader in the world.
The US can also empathize. How dare you? Wow. The US was like basically the same, like, why was the US a small economy? Like that one time in history, you know? Yeah. Yeah, that one time, yeah, like, how dare you not mention the US? Wow. Literally when? At least David Harvey won't call China imperialist, but that's because he thinks that imperialism doesn't exist. Oh my god. Instead, everyone's neoliberals, especially China. Oh my god.
Everyone, today's video was all about investments, and I hope you know more about the importance of making the correct investments in life. I want to thank Masterworks.io for their incredible support, and let me tell you more about their unique platform and the work they are doing for investors around the world. Masterworks was founded in 2007.
You know, I'm going to leave. I'm just going to leave the ad because 1, I want to listen about it, and 2, I've never heard about it, and 3, it might be useful.
By a top 100 art collector and tech entrepreneurs who together have founded companies valued at over $1 billion. They help common investors like you and me.
Bro, I thought you were talking about a library or something.
Buy amazing pieces of world-class art and have over 75
Girl, do you think I have money?
years of art buying experience. And as a result, Masterworks is one of the largest art buyers in the market today. The total wealth held in art is estimated to be worth $1.7 trillion, and Deloitte projects it to grow.
This is why you can't trust white men. You can't trust white men. Goes back to a white man. Fine. When are we destroying the patriarchy? God.
Allowed to vote in national elections in Mexico until 1953, and Peru didn't extend voting rights to women until 1955. Also, Latin America.
Yes, but women couldn't have credit cards until the 1970s. So take that. Also, I'm pretty sure women couldn't vote in 1955 in the US either. Could they? I think this is a scam. This video or the previous one. Because those are very different videos and very different opinions. But yeah. Okay. Going back to Latin American history. 10 years before black people in the US could cite, but 35 after women could. Interesting. Oh, both. Got it. Cite. I was like, cite. They couldn't quote. They couldn't, like, they couldn't quote other people in their research papers. They couldn't put a bibliography.
Tried to unbreak an egg? Have you ever tried to unbreak an egg? More specifically, a South America-shaped egg. Well, it would probably be a little easier than unifying the Spanish colonies after their independence. Now, sure, the North Americans managed to unify, mostly, but to extend the metaphor, they were, well, fully developed. They already had a shared vision and identity. They chose when to hatch and thus flew into the world a fully formed bald eagle. Latin America, on the other hand, was still raw when its egg was cracked open. You see, in the late 18th century, the Spanish ruled a huge chunk of the Americas. All of Central
It's just one America. Thank you.
America, almost half of the North, and nearly all of South America except Brazil. Then came Napoleon, who decided he fancied himself a Spanish omelette. He occupied.
Okay.
Then came Napoleon, half of the.
Today I watched a map of actually everything that the Spanish had conquered, and they literally reached Alaska. They literally had conquered part of Canada and Alaska. Just saying. This is a very, like, charitable map towards the US and Canada. Or towards the British. The Spanish had literally conquered up to Alaska. Just saying.
The North and nearly all of South America except Brazil. Then came Napoleon, who decided he fancied himself a.
Also, I hate how people. Okay, this is literally ridiculous. The only reason the Spanish hadn't conquered Brazil was literally because in the navigation thingy, the Spanish crown also was supported economically by the Portuguese crown, and they had delimited a line to where everything from that line to the west was going to go to Spain, and everything to the east of that line would go to Portugal. And so that line just happened to be like over here. So, but they didn't know like how it was shaped, so it was very random, right? And so when they reached that, they had already established the line, and so this side was to belong to Portugal, and this other side was to belong to Spain. But it's not like Spain didn't decided not to conquer Brazil, or Spain couldn't conquer Brazil. Brazil was already, like, what later would become Brazil, was already established to not be owned by Spain. Like, yeah, like, it was already established that that side would belong to Portugal. I hate how they paint, like, oh, it's like, I feel offended, like, Spain literally conquered almost the entire continent. Do you all really think they couldn't have conquered Brazil? Hello? But yeah. No, the running script at the top of the screen has a typo. You want to add an I between Death of the USA. Wait, this one? Oh, that's a US land bank. I mean, is there a difference? Oh, okay. Is that better? Let's wait. Death to England. Death to the USA. Land bank. Yay! Okay.
Except Brazil. Then came Napoleon, who decided he fancied himself a Spanish omelette. He occupied Spain, deposed its king, and placed his own brother on the throne. Suddenly, the vast...
Okay, why aren't you mentioning that his brother was a drunk? He literally was. His nickname was Pepe Bottles because he drank so much that he would leave all the bottles like around him. Also, he put a tax on alcohol so he could buy more alcohol or something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Suddenly, the vast Spanish Empire was smashed open, scrambled, if you will. The Spanish colonies saw Bonapartist Spain as illegitimate, and it wasn't long before a tide of insurgencies and revolutions swept across Latin America.
Okay. Yes, but no, but yes. Well, just continue.
However, by the time the rest of Europe brought down Napoleon and restored the rightful king, Spain's economy and military were in shambles. Thus, the new South American countries didn't have much to fear in terms of external threats, so there was no political imperative to remain united. Nevertheless, there was an effort to unite South America. Between the two major independence movements, the one in the north, led by Simón Bolívar, had great ambitions of unity.
It's Simón Bolívar. Thank you.
Bolívar had created Gran Colombia, a country which encompassed today's Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, and parts of Peru. He'd been inspired
I guess Panama was included.
by the American Revolution, Yankee Doodle, and dreamed of a Spanish-American union under the
Simón Bolívar.
strong central rule of one leader. But who could that possibly be? Why, yes, of course, himself. What a stupid question. Meanwhile, José de San Martín, another foundational hero of South America, was busy liberating Chile and Argentina from royalist rule in the south. But like
I mean, yes, that's not the entire history, and he was kind of a liberal. Also, Bolivar and San Martin were like rich dudes, you know? They just wanted power, to be honest. But sure, they're heroes, I guess.
Bolivar in the north, San Martin, too, had federalists that opposed his vision. We oppose your vision! There was one big difference between them, though.
Also, no one really, like, that I know of, or from what I've watched and read and stuff, there wasn't like any popular support or opposition to a unified Latin America or South America for that matter. But yeah.
San Martin favored a monarchy, while Bolivar wanted a republic. That was
Okay, to be fair,
a monarchy.
he wanted a monarchy not because he was a monarchist, but he wanted a monarchy for Peru specifically because he said that if we went from a vice monarchy directly to a republic, there would be too much political unrest, which there was. There was a lot of political unrest. We were like, we literally lived like a century under military rule, you know. So he said that let's move into a monarchy and then move into a republic so that transition into a republic could be smoother. And Bolivar was like, no. And San Martin was like, okay. And that happened.
While
And then we became a republic where all the military people take advantage of that and came into power for an entire century. Well, off and on, to be honest, to be fair, off and on, but this is what happens when you have a bourgeois revolution and not an actual working class revolution
Bolivar
or
wanted
peasant revolution.
a republic. That was probably a big point of discussion when the two great leaders met in 1822. Now, we have no record of what was said at that meeting, but it's pretty clear that Bolivar came out on top, so to speak.
Get off me. You're on my face.
Because immediately afterwards,
And again, it is ironic because in 1821, San Martin was the one who liberated Peru. And it is even more ironic because there was a period of time where like there were wars between the people coming from the north with the people coming from the south. And on top of that, before the people from the south came, there were like indigenous-led revolutionary movements, two to be specific, that died. That died because, well, they weren't strong enough. And also, yeah.
San Martin decided to step down from power and to leave South America altogether. How sad. Unfortunately, Bolivar would soon discover that keeping his Gran Colombia together would be quite the headache. In fact, his presidency was almost constantly attacked by opportunistic politicians, some of whom had previously fought on his side against the Spanish. By 1830, Bolivar had all but abandoned his hope.
I mean, this happened because because he was literally doing everything for him to be in power. You know, it like when you actually see everything through, he wasn't like fighting for the liberation of the people that much. You know, he was fighting to get all the power in South America.
Opportunistic politicians, some of whom had previously fought on his side.
So because he was doing everything with a selfish reason, I feel like that is why other people didn't care to be selfish, because they saw how he just wanted power.
Against the Spanish. By 1830, Bolivar had all but abandoned his hope of a united South America. He resigned in May and had passed away by December. Oh dear. Of course, it wasn't just politics that prevented
It is weird to me when people call Bolivar proto-Marxist. But it's okay, I guess.
unity. You also have to look at the economic side of things. The Spanish colonies were in many ways run as a feudal enterprise, with the majority of their wealth coming from extracted metals and cash crops. Compare this to the British colonies, where capitalism was baked in from the start and where shipping raw materials back to Europe wasn't the be-all and end-all of economic strategies. The British-American farmers and capitalists had plenty to gain from union, while the Spanish-American landed aristocracy had plenty to lose. When you look at the geography, things become even clearer. The 13 colonies covered only the eastern coast of North America, stopping at the Appalachian Mountains, so trade and communication between them was relatively.
Wait, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought that the 13 colonies were like all across the US. Interesting.
Simple. In South America, the
Weak.
vast mountains and rainforests were a whole different ballgame. And this really boils down to our final factor, communication. In the north, pamphlets, letters, and newspapers spread across the colonies like wildfire, building the idea of an American identity in opposition to the evil British overlords.
Also, something that they are not mentioning is that when news were coming from Spain or were going to Spain, those news took like 3 months to get to get there and back. And so that also took away a lot of power. Took took away a lot of power from Spain itself. I mean, that is the main reason why vice monarchies were developed in the first place. But because there was that already distance uh, established, basically, um, Latin America became very like independent. Like even with the vice monarchies, that already gave Latin America a certain degree of independence from Spain itself. So that's why it was like, yeah, yeah.
You're going to die, Americans.
Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin.
Or something like that. In South America, the absence of infrastructure made intercolonial communication hard, not to mention that the feudal economy didn't exactly encourage literacy. In fact, the Spanish Empire forbade any contact between the colonies at all. Everything had to go through Madrid. So, the Spanish colonies did have the political opportunity to unite shortly after independence, but the underlying have the political. In fact, South America. Absence of infrastructure made intercolonial communication hard, not to mention that the feudal economy didn't exactly encourage literacy.
Okay, this is weird to me because in the process of colonization, they quite literally had to teach indigenous people how to read and write Spanish and Latin in order for them to understand the Bible. So when they say that they weren't like encouraging literacy, I don't know what they are exactly talking about, because they literally had to teach them to read and write, or at least to read. So yeah. And even then, you had like people who could read and write from all strata. Well, not from all, but definitely from different political points of view and different political positions, right? And so, yeah, this is weird to me.
Didn't exactly encourage literacy. In fact, the Spanish Empire forbade any contact.
I'm not pro-Russia. I mean, I don't know. That's a weird thing to say.
Between the colonies at all. Everything had to go through Madrid. So, the Spanish colonies did have the political opportunity to unite shortly after independence, but the underlying ingredient.
I'm like pro. I am pro free from Nazis Ukraine. You know what I mean? And that just so happens to be through Russia. Yeah.
Ingredients just weren't there. Even if they had pushed for it harder, the result would have probably still been a failed souffle, rather than a successful superstate. Thank you for watching, my friends. I hope you...
This was a very useless video. Well, we'll put this for the end.
En países como Colombia.
Okay, all this time I thought this video was in Spanish. It was in English. Okay, in countries like Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, but especially in Venezuela, the figure of Simón Bolívar, the liberator of America is held in very high, who consolidated the independence to a large number of Latin American countries. I learned a lot. Oh my god. Thank you, BBDH. I mean, thank you all for being here. But yeah, um, I know I typically don't talk about Latin America enough, and you all always ask me to talk about Latin America. Um, but yeah. Also, next stream we probably will read the second part of socialism or anarchism. But yeah. But I have already decided to try to talk about more about Latin America and stuff. So yeah. But yeah. But yeah, thank you for being here.
glorificado al punto que, por ejemplo, es casi imposible hablar
Okay.
tan sólido de la independencia de una y especialmente
In countries like Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, but especially Venezuela, the figure of Simón Bolívar, the liberator of America, is held in very high
el
esteem.
libertador de las Américas, quien consolidó la independencia
In very high esteem, who consolidated the independence of a large number of Latin American countries. He was born in Caracas the 24th of July. Oh my god, one day after my birthday.
de una gran cantidad de países.
Of 1783.
Este personaje es tan admirado
This character is so admired and glorified to the point that, for example,
es casi imposible
it is almost impossible to talk about the Venezuelan national identity without mentioning him. And that is true, and that is why he's such an icon in the he was such an icon for Maduro and what was the other guy? Chávez. Yeah.
sin mencionarlo a él o a cualquiera de sus hazañas.
Or any of his exploits.
Sin embargo,
However,
desde que
since
tengo
I
este
have this
canal,
channel,
he
oh my
tenido
god.
la oportunidad de estudiar muchísimo sobre la historia del
I've had the opportunity to study a lot of the history of Peru. Therefore, I also interact with many Peruvians. And from here, I've had the opportunity to see this in this Andean country. Bolivar's figure is radically different from the figure he has in Venezuela or Colombia. Interesting.
distinta a la figura que se tiene en Venezuela, Ecuador o Colombia. Algunos
Interesting. Some Peruvians respect him and recognize his merit,
y reconocen sus méritos, pero la gran mayoría
but the vast majority have a very negative image of him.
muy negativa de él.
I have literally never heard anything bad of him. Is this anti-Bolivar propaganda? Have I been brainwashed with... Are people normally brainwashed with anti-Bolivar propaganda? Interesting. Interesting. How dare anyone put Castro and Maduro next to Fujimori? Okay.
Primero,
First, it is necessary to make a quick summary of
necesario
the
hacer un
Peruvian
resumen rápido
independence.
de la independencia peruana para tener un contexto y no estar
To have a context, so not be so lost.
Nunca se supo qué
It was
porcentaje
never
de la
known what
población
percentage of the Peruvian population wanted independence or not. That is true. Like again, like there like a huge portion a portion of the population was like, vibing with the vice monarchy. Most of the indigenous people just wanted to get out of Spain's power, but again, they were defeated, sadly. Um, but it's also weird because like they were led by people who were given a lot of um, resources, which is honestly sus. But it doesn't matter. Whatever. Um, but yeah, again, the revolution, at least the revolution that happened in Peru wasn't really people led. But yeah,
peruana quería o no la independencia. Nunca se realizó un
no
sondeo
survey or
ni ningún
census was
censo.
ever conducted.
Sin embargo, podemos decir
However,
con
we
seguridad
can
que el
safely say
deseo
that the
por la
desire for
independencia
independence in
en el
Peru
era muy inferior
was
al
much
deseo
lower
de
than
otros
desired
países
in other countries such as Argentina or Venezuela. See? See?
como Argentina o Venezuela. Gracias a esto,
Thanks to this,
fue
Peru
un
was an important
importante
bastion for
bastión
the
del Imperio
Spanish
Español
Empire
en
of
América.
America.
En 1821,
In
llegó el
1921, the
argentino José de San
Argentinian Don Jose de San Martin arrived to Peru and proclaimed the independence of this country. The only reason why this motherfucker literally came to Peru was because when he independized, what's that? He made independence. He created independence. In Argentina, he said, "Oh no, if the other countries around Argentina don't get independent, then Argentina might go back to being a colony. So I must liberate all the other countries." So after liberating Argentina, he went to Chile, where he forced the liberation movement there also. I mean, to be fair, the Chileans were. Chile has also been like 2 steps behind Argentina. Don't tell them I said that, but it's true. And so they were like, yeah, sure. And so then he and a Chilean military person were like, let's liberate Peru. And they came to Peru literally like, I think 2 days or 2 months before Bolivar, because Bolivar was like liberating Venezuela and Colombia and Ecuador. And by the time Bolivar came, Peru had already been liberated by Simon Bolivar. Liberated, aka he had signed a paper. So yeah.
Con los meses, las tropas del ejército
Over the months, the troops of the Royalist Army of Peru,
realista del Perú,
far
muy
superior in
superiores en
number,
número, le asestaron duras derrotas al
they
ejército de San
dealt
Martín.
heavy defeats to the army of
En
San Martin.
1822,
In
ante la
18 in
negativa de los peruanos
1822,
a
before the
aceptar la
refusal of the
causa
Peruvians to
separatista
accept
y
the
la
separatist
actitud
movement
ambigua de los
and the ambiguous attitude of the Peruvian limeños aristocrats and bourgeois,
aristócratas y burgueses peruano-limeños, San Martín se desilusionó
San Martin is disillusioned with the independence cause of Peru. Again, not many people people in Peru were vibing, right? Again, like should Peru have independence from the Spanish crown? Yes, but they didn't desire it yet or at that point in history. So they were very like ambivalent to San Martin. Like now he's painted obviously like a hero and whatever, but in the context he was like people were like, who are you? Who are you? Who are you again? We don't know you. Go back to Argentina. Oh yeah.
con la causa independentista del Perú. Se reunió con Simón Bolívar.
He meets with Bolivar in Guayaquil,
Bolívar
and he was
era
already a
el
great
vencedor de la guerra
warlord
y el líder de una gran nación,
and the leader of a
la
great
Gran
nation,
Colombia, y
the
le
Great
cedió el
Colombia.
liderazgo.
Literally, who Omega Lol. Like, people here are literally who omega lolling him. But yeah, also hi Freya, welcome.
Separado con Simón Bolívar en Guayaquil, Bolívar en ese momento era ya un gran señor de la guerra y el líder de una gran nación.
And he was the
Gran
leader of Gran
Colombia.
Colombia. Gran Colombia is like the name that he put to Colombia, Ecuador, and in Venezuela. It was just Great Colombia. I know, super creative. They look like a bigger Colombia. How will I name them? Great Colombia. Yes. I know about it because of Civilization. Oh my god, yes. Freya, I love when you're like doing different like countries. Sometimes I like lurk there and I'm like, it's like you were doing I think Portugal a couple of days ago or last week or something. I was like, ooh, interesting.
Se dio el liderazgo del movimiento independentista peruano.
So San Martin gives the leadership of the independence movement to Bolivar, and from here begins the final and most important part of the Peruvian independence. When Simón Bolívar, as dictator of Peru, with an iron fist, defeated the Spanish. I literally don't know why he needed to defeat the Spanish though. San Martin had already signed the paper. Whatever. And he consolidated independence. Oh, I guess there were more wars going on inside Peru. Okay, that's fair. Because, like, even though San Martin had signed the paper of, like, legal independence, there were still, like, struggles going on inside the country. And, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, at the moment... Oh, it was Vietnam. Okay.
Españoles y consolidó la independencia del país andino en 1824.
Damn, he took 3 years?
Luego de llegar al Perú
After arriving in Peru in 1823, it was not long until he was declared supreme dictator.
No pasó mucho tiempo hasta que fue declarado dictador supremo y se hiciera con el
And took control of the total leadership of the country, of course.
Por supuesto, el más grande logro de la
His greatest achievement was the defeat of the Royalists in the Battle of Ayacucho and the consolidation of Peruvian independence. However, Bolivar continued to rule with an iron fist. What does that mean? I hate that people just say iron fist. What does that mean? Okay, but what was his policy? What were his policies? Like, was he just punching people? Like, hello? And during this period, many things happened that earned him the dislike of the Peruvians. Interesting. As a dictator, Bolivar completely ended any shred of liberalism or democracy. I know that that means harsh rule, right? But I'm like, why? You know? Like, why? In that country, he imprisoned his opponents, or basically any Peruvian, to question his authority, even shooting many of them. Okay, but like, again, what was he doing? God, you know what? Elephants, they are so fun. Interesting. Despite the fact that at first he seemed willing to protect the indigenous people. Bolivar reestablished the tributo indígena, or a tax that indigenous Peruvians had to pay just for the fact of being indigenous, you know. He not only reestablished African slavery, hello?
esclavitud africana, sino que promulgó medidas
but enacted measures which made their working conditions even worse, forcibly recruited thousands of Peruvians into the Great Colombian Army. Hello?
forzosamente a miles de peruanos en el ejército gran colombiano a quienes engañó
Whom he deceived and sent to Colombia and Venezuela to quell revolt?
y envió para
Oh my god, sweaty, that's like not a good look.
Venezuela o Colombia con el fin de sofocar revueltas.
Interesting. Maybe I don't support the Venezuelan revolution anymore. Sweaty.
Colocó a dedo a colombianos, venezolanos y peruanos en Colombia con el fin de sofocar revueltas. Colocó a dedo a colombianos, venezolanos y peruanos leales a él en los puestos más importantes.
Oh, he put he fingered. he put he put like he said like by finger, meaning like he said a dedo, meaning by finger, like he pointed Colombians, Venezuelans, and Peruvians loyal to him in the most important positions in the country. I was like, finger? Oh my god, Bolivar. In the most important position in the country, some which later received accusations of corruption and embezzlement.
Realizó concesiones económicas.
He made two generous economic concessions to his houses out in the UK. See? Bitch, I motherfucking told you.
El Imperio Británico.
To the British Empire, hello? Maybe I want to go back to the Spanish monarchy now. And ask this country for a large amount of loan? Hello? Oh my god. Girl, I want to go back to Spain.
Con condiciones muy desfavorables para el Perú.
With very unfavorable conditions to Peru. Oh no, we're past Great Colombia, Freya. We're talking about when he was the leader of Peru.
Sin embargo, la antipatía de los peruanos por Bolívar no
However, the apathy for Bolivar from Peruvians
por Bolívar no es solamente resultado de la
is not just a result of the way he ran the country, but also how it managed the borders of the Viceroyalty of Peru. Oh my god, don't even get me started with this. Oh, this motherfucker literally divided the Peru. This motherfucker, first of all, united Bolivia and Peru, which were already united, so it's not like nothing out of this world, to be honest. But he then divided them into three different, like, states, I guess.
El virreinato del Perú en 1810 tenía un gigantesco territorio.
The vice monarchy of Peru had a gigantic territory that expanded from the port of Guayaquil, which is like literally Ecuador, passing through the Amazon region of Acre until reaching the southernmost port. Oh my god, Tarapacá and Antofagasta are currently in Chile, by the way. Peru also controlled for a period of territory of Charcas, better known as Alto Peru, which despite of the fact that it belonged to Argentina by right, oh my god, shade, tea. The inhabitants of this region had much more affinity with Peru. In 1822, Bolivar marched towards the city of Guayaquil. Oh yeah, independent territory that by right corresponded to Peru. You know, maybe I hate Bolivar now too. And declared an annexation of the territory for Gran Colombia. Hello, you're supposed to be my president. Hashtag not my president. The Peruvian Amazonian territories of Jaén and Minas. However, most bothered Peruvians was when in 1825, Bolivar's greatest officer, Antonio José Sucre. Oh my god, I'm dead. I know him. I don't know him. I just Oh my god, I know him. Little 200 years. I know of him. Organized an assembly in the city of Chuquisaca
Chuquisaca y en acuerdo con un grupo
and in agreement with a group of aristocrats and bourgeois
de aristócratas
from
y
the
burgueses del
Upper
Alto Perú
Peru declared independence to its territory as Bolivia. Hello? Oh my
como
god.
Bolivia, separando
Definitively separating Upper Peru from
definitivamente al Alto
Peru.
Perú del Perú.
Wow. Bolivia. Wow. Are you telling me that Elon Musk could have been tweeting about Peru and cooing Peru and not Bolivia? Wow.
Posteriormente, hacia el final de su dictadura, Bolívar
What's this? Why? Bolivia tried to cede all the southern ports to Bolivia? Hello?
cederle todos los puertos del sur del Perú para Bolivia y dividir al Perú en dos países.
And tried to divide Peru into two countries? Using Puno, Cusco, and
Utilizando
Arequipa
Puno, Cusco y Arequipa para formar un país independiente.
to form an independent country? I have no words. The reason why Bolivar gave up this,
Porque Bolívar le ponía mucha prioridad al
gave
desmembramiento
it as a high priority to the territorial dismemberment of Peru. Okay, he's starting to sound like another Western imperialist to me. Did y'all know that the US literally wants to dismember Russia and China to gain more power over the region? He's trying to do the exact same thing. Or he was trying to. It was because the Peruvian territory was very large. Yeah! And what's the problem with that? Have you seen Brazil? Brazil is like huge.
y tenía más población que otros territorios hispanoamericanos.
And he had more population than any other Spanish American territory. And what's wrong with that? I want power. Just kidding. Enjoy Peru as much as possible.
Por lo que dividir al Perú lo más posible imposibilitaría más adelante la
Would make it impossible to form a great power there. Girl, you literally tried to make a huge country called Gran Colombia. Hello?
formación de una gran potencia allí. Muchas de sus acciones como
Many of his actions as a ruler of Peru are easily explained for the simple fact that Bolivar personally had a very negative opinion of Peruvians. Wow, not literally the racism.
tenía una opinión muy negativa sobre los peruanos como pueblo.
See, told you. Oh, like a town. Nah, it's okay. So I make it clear in multiple letters. So he made it clear in multiple letters that he will not read them. That he will not read in this video, so not to make it too
Así lo
long.
dejó en claro en múltiples cartas que no las leeré en este video para no alargarlo demasiado. Si tú tienes
If you have anything else to add to this video, if you think Bolivar really wasn't
algo más
that
que agregar al
bad.
video, si piensas que realmente Bolívar no fue tan malo, no
I don't know, he gave me sassy vibes from the first time I watched a video about Bolivar earlier today.
fue su intención o que de alguna u otra forma fue mal interpretado, eres más que bienvenido a dejarlo en los comentarios en la parte
I mean, to be fair, I don't know, he had good relationships with the UK, and that's sassy enough for me. Just saying. I do wonder if South American superstate would have been better able to resist US imperialism, though. I mean, I don't know. I feel like South America is too big. Map size comparison. Because, like, how big is Okay. Let's just say Brazil. Oh my god, just Brazil alone is almost China's size. And like for example, Russia is easy to manage because it's easier to manage because there are not as many people. But oh my god. Compared to the US, like literally just Brazil alone. Okay. Let's see Peru. Okay, it's not that big. I mean, to be fair, it's technically Peru and Bolivia. Like having Bolivia extra is going to make. Oh my god, it is. Oh, interesting. Oh my god, Peru alone is the size of Xinjiang and what's this called? Tibet. Interesting. And even then, these regions are autonomous, so it's not even like China. You know, it's not like China. Oh my god, it's literally all European Russia. Oh my god. What? Whoa. Okay, this puts everything into perspective. Hello. Oh my god. Netherlands is too tiny to even be labeled, literally. Oh my god, I thought Poland was bigger. Oh my god. Bolivia is literally the size of France, Germany, Croatia, Austria, Belgium. Oh my god. I feel like they would have been divided anyway. Because I do feel like it is too big of a country. It would have been too big of a country. Okay, let's add Argentina. Oh my god. Argentina is literally the size of Europe. Interesting. Oh my god. Okay, how would I... And let's see, this would be like Ecuador. I will put Colombia. Also, hi Sipersky, welcome. Oh my god. Colombia is bigger than I thought. Can Peru go here? Why is Peru not getting bigger? Brazil is literally almost the size of... almost the size of Russia. Well, it's half of Russia. It's literally the entire size of the US. Oh my god. Honestly, I feel like Brazil should be more countries. I mean, to be fair, I feel like Brazil is like Russia in that sense. Like, there are not as many people in the jungle, right? But interesting. Yeah, I don't think it would have worked. Of a south and north. No, Europe literally has like literally what's the population of Europe? Population. Oh, interesting. Like just um population of America. Interesting. America. Interesting. Of Latin America. That's pretty close. That's pretty fucking close. Also, Siporowski, can you like chill? Oh my god. Um. Okay, this is wild. Wait. Bruh. 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 Damn. When you see Yemen like this, you think, oh, this is a small country. It's literally the size of Poland and Germany. Oh, you were talking about the US? Oh. Americans are. Interesting. Okay. I have been streaming for. Interesting. I have only been streaming for 4 hours, though it has felt like more, to be honest. Let's see. Who can we raid? Mm. Oh my god. Okay. I want to rate. First of all, I will rate the Orb Lady literally just because she's playing Slime Rancher, and I love Slime Rancher. Okay. So, uh, Chile's still pretty thin, but put it over Europe. Oh, honestly, I will. Okay, I will just before we go. Mm. Oh my god, it is the length of Europe. It is literally the length of Europe. Damn. Because Argentina is literally all of Europe. No, not all of Europe, but damn. World dominant. Argentina is world dominant. Okay, I will stop. Okay. Mm. No, actually, let's read Amy because I haven't. Well, I haven't streamed in a while in general, but I just haven't. Yeah. Okay. Thank you everyone so much for coming. I love you all. Join the Discord if you haven't already, because there's a lot of shade and tea and fun stuff going on there. Um, yeah. Also follow me on Twitter because I scream at lips all day there. uh, that's good housing stuff. Yes. Also, be sure to follow her in all her other social media. Be sure to subscribe to her YouTube channel and to her Substack because she does great data stuff there. And yeah, thank you everyone so much for coming. Take care, everyone. Bye. Woohoo.